the science team if they can mark this time. I just covered up window 4 to block out the ambient light from a very bright planet Earth. And it'll be interesting to see if in the data Victor and Christina see any differences from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby of the Artemis 2 crew, the first humans to fly by the moon in over 50 years. Orion launched 4 days, 21 hours, and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped. Currently at the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. For our crews at the window, they are using handheld Nikons with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. There are also GoPros on each of the solar arrays on Orion, and that's where this view is coming from right now. We have an interior camera of the crew as well, but they have dimmed the cabin lights. They've actually
finally
turned off
made
the
it.
cabin lights to allow them to better see.
All right, now we'll share this one out. We'll see how good this one goes.
Prevent any reflections from lights inside the spacecraft reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the moon.
Awesome science. Hey, where's everybody tuning in from? Let me know. I got a little bit of a delay. Hear you louder than feed from NASA. I got you. See how that does. Oh, my belly's rumbling. I think I'm hungry. It's like roar, roar. Heps in Pittsburgh. Hughes Event Production Services in Pittsburgh. Let's go. Big shout out to them. Actually, I went to Hawaii for the lunar eclipse, and Brenston came out there with us. He helped run things with me.
We talked a little bit about
better
the
shots of the
views and
moon
the
through my
cameras
telescope.
being
Just
used
wait.
on the Orion spacecraft.
Just wait.
And again, we
They're gonna
do have
stomp what
GoPros
I
on the
could
tip
do.
of each solar array wing. Now, the bandwidth is a little bit limited because having a crew on board, we do have to downlink a lot more data. That includes their environmental control and life support system. We are not the only
How's that for
data,
volume,
this
guys?
view that you see coming down from the spacecraft, and so we do rely on sharing some of that with the other flight controllers in mission control.
Me versus them. How's the
This
level?
helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts.
Fix the articulation issues on shoulders of astronaut spacesuits. That's awesome. Marilyn, that's really cool. Your brother worked at NASA. Better volume? Thank you. Yeah, I don't do these kind of live streams that often, so the little tech things, just let me know. I'll do what I can. This time we're on OBS with a stream key, so I have a little more flexibility than that TikTok studio had. Put the text above my head. We're going to the moon. Yeah, there ain't too much right now, but
We are standing by for a situation report from the crew aboard the spacecraft.
We can look
They've
through
been
these
imaging the
images,
whole
too.
moon. There is now a new crew at the window. That would be Victor Glover and Christina Cook, and so being it's their first time since they have moved up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves and describe and take pictures of any color or albedo variations across the surface. Reminder, albedo is the brightness or reflectiveness.
They did make it there really
for
quick.
a science sit rep when you're ready.
Yeah. So that's audio input. If I can mute me. Okay. So I can mute me if I need to. Yeehaw! Space Cowboys. But as far as planets this month, I mean, there's a lot to see.
Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now for the floating crew members, so my only science sit rep is that we have Victor in window 3 doing observations and Christina in window 2 with the long lens.
Now, where are they dropping these images? Does anybody know? Because I'm on.
We copy. Are the shrouds still on windows 1 and 4?
I'm gonna look.
And if so, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright and it's impacting Ike's peripheral vision. And then I can get a grazing glimpse out the docking hatch window.
I think this is the page, yeah, right here.
South down to the South Pole. And
The Journey to the Moon
right
page.
now is just a
I refresh it. It doesn't look like we have anything new, just this one.
You know, when you come out the north side of Oriental, the ejecta kind of boulders across the northern half of the far side. But coming out the southern half of Oriental...
No, they're not behind the moon right now. They're coming up on the moon. You can see here. Over there is the spacecraft, and they're coming up onto the moon. The moon we've watched slowly become less and less gibbous. It's going into the almost a half moon now, and then it'll go into a crescent. Basically, the moon is having kind of like an eclipse from their perspective, the way they're traveling behind it. The moon is slowly getting covered over all the way. I guess it'd be that way.
Jeremy and I looked so much at. I can just barely see the crater rays from Ohm And
hey, Carmenuch,
I would say
right now,
for,
yeah, these images, yeah, telescope
right
views
now,
are better,
I would
but
go
the
back
images they're
to,
taking from the spacecraft right now have
Grimani
got to
is
be
still extremely
insane.
dark, especially
Those
in the
take a
southwest
while
corner,
to
and there are parts of
downlink to
Oriental
Earth
and the
and then
outer
get
ring of
released to the
Oriental that
public.
reach that same
But the
level of darkness,
images they
especially
have
the
done
ring
is
of
on their
Oriental
site under
reach
the
the
Journey
same
to the
level of
Moon
darkness as Grimani.
portion.
And then south of Grimani,
Why does
Jeremy
this
and I
look
were
so...
noting a few other just really dark areas of cratering.
Oh, because I'm on the video.
Mare there, and those have that same darker albedo, but Burgess Alpha is the brightest, and Grimani is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description.
Look like it's
Any
fitting all
comments
the way
before you
in
go on the annular ring in Oriental?
That's why.
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like a pair of lips or a kiss on the far side of the moon from here, is very circular in nature. The northern part of it is wider, darker. The southern part is much lighter. It is very neat looking, and but it is far more circular than I remember it looking in our training.
Oh yeah, Becca, so much better luck here. This is so smooth. Just share this to Discord and everywhere, because I'll be on here for a while. If it's working like this, because it's working really smooth on my end.
Not quite as dark as Grimani, but it is probably only because dust and lunar regolith has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the SIR.
Heart hands? What's up?
Say that again, Kelsey.
Just saying that the SIR was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about, so thanks.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
Man, my belly is
That was
just
NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman,
rumbling.
now
Every time they stop
science
talking, my
sit
belly
rep
wants
as
to
he
say
is
something.
away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft, as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon. Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs, and the science team will have access to that at a later time. They will then review it and compile all of this data to help further our understanding of the moon. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental, as well as the science team has been looking forward to it. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier. From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin and surrounding craters in a single frame, but also use those 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses to create a mosaic entire basin. With their unaided eyes, the science team is hoping the crew will describe southern dark annular ring, which you heard Reed just describing, as well as any color, albedo, texture, or topography across the Mare patches and ring mountains. Science team reports
thank you for becoming a member, Brian.
To study the geologic evolution of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation hypotheses for the annular ring. And again, another fun fact about Oriental is the diameter is the same distance between Johnson Space Center, where we are today, and Kennedy Space Center, where the crew launched on April 1st. This live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission, now 7,373 miles away from the moon, 251,130 miles from Earth.
How cool is this, guys? We live in a pretty wild time to be able to witness this. I mean, you grow up hearing about the 60s and 70s. I was born in the 80s. I got the audio back. Yeah, I was muted. I can't hear you. I know. I'm an audio pro, too. That's like my job. I'm an audio guy, and I have myself muted. Little button there. I'll leave it unmuted now.
Again, the Artemis 2 crew passed the Apollo 13 record of the humans farthest from the Earth today at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yay! Baby!
That distance
set
by Apollo 13 was 248,655 statute miles.
Until 2010?
We've clearly passed that, and we expect to pass that by about 4,105 miles. That will be when the spacecraft reaches its farthest distance from the Earth. It could be around 252,760 miles, but again, these are approximations and our targets, and we will make sure to report back the final numbers once we have them. We have some refined times of when we expect to have Earth set of Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind the moon. That would be about 5:41 p.m. Central, 6:41 Eastern. The spacecraft would make its closest approach to the moon at 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, and that would be about 4,066 miles. And then at 6:02 p.m. Central, and the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from the Earth. We anticipate that'll be about 252,755 miles, which would be 4,111 miles farther than Apollo 13. We would see Earthrise again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time, and a few minutes later, regain communications with the crew. currently aboard Orion. Victor Glover and Christina Cook are the two team members conducting lunar flyby observations, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, and their PCD, or the portable computing device, to conduct annotations. They are both recording information that will be downlinked to the science crew, and tomorrow morning the science team will have a conference with the team while the information is so fresh. They'll be speaking with the crew about their observations and their data collection. Otherwise, most of tomorrow, flight day 7, is considered an off day. We are on flight day 6 of the Artemis 2 mission, the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, providing a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. If you're just joining us, the crew is well into their lunar flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon. A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science sit reps or situation reports. We most recently had one from Commander Reed Wiseman. He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist, were first at the windows today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. Therefore, we heard more from Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks. But now that Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are on the support side, they are the ones calling down what they are seeing from windows 1 and 4. Earlier, we heard that the Earth is so bright in window 4, they have had to temporarily cover it with a t-shirt.
All right, guys, look at this thing. This is the Lunt 60 millimeter. I'll be using for the total solar eclipse in Spain. This thing's a beast. It's got a pressure filter that you twist on.
A near continuous record of
the
solar system
quite a
history
bit
that
when
has
you
been
adjust that.
erased on Earth because the moon
And
doesn't
I'm using
have
a 585
an atmosphere. So things that we experience on Earth, like weather or plate tectonics, don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. And studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced our own planet Earth's history, and how the sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. Artemis science is designed around questions best answered by humans, working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time judgment, context, and adaptability that only humans can provide.
Yeah, the resolution's real low
this
right
mission,
now.
Artemis
From
2,
this
is
camera.
serving as a proving ground for lunar science operations, which allows NASA to test how science is planned, executed, and supported during a crewed deep space mission ahead of our future Artemis flights.
Integrity
time. How far away they are from Earth to get a live video, that's a lot of.
So Victor and Christina, please.
It's like all the bandwidth they have that they can
for the camera.
afford to use for the live video shoot over. But like this is, like I'm on the settings here. I don't know if you can see
We're
it.
in the swap right now. They're wrapping up their last comments, and they'll switch over and change guards in the long lens.
Copy.
I don't know if you guys can see it. It's coming through. I have it set. Let's try 1080. Because I'm pretty sure everything we're seeing is there. Yeah.
As you heard in that call, it is now time for the team members at the window to swap positions.
Oh, they're recording in 4K for sure.
That means Victor
But the
Glover
stream
and
coming
Christina
through
Cook will be
is just
switching roles. One of them has been photographing the moon with a Nikon with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other was making annotations on their portable computing device.
so weird to watch. The delay's like 30 seconds.
And both are recording
so I'm watching
audio
what I
that the
just
science
did
team
now.
will be able to listen to. We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect to lose signal with the spacecraft as they fly behind the moon.
Yeah, I think the footage will be amazing.
And the next target for the crew is considered a crew choice event. They have the option to focus on any regions or patterns or features that interest them. The science team has asked the crew to capture pictures that illustrate their choice, as well as at different zoom levels, and to describe why those certain features or regions caught their eye. Those recordings are part of what are being saved on their PCDs, portable computing device, that will be sent to the science team for analysis. The crew has been allotted 8 minutes for this crew choice event, and it's also a time for a scheduled sit rep or situation report. So we expect to hear them calling down what they are seeing soon.
Should I put this stream in the category of news and politics or travel and events? It's on travel and events right now. Maybe news and politics would fit better. You're gonna be driving, just here, can't chat. Yeah, it's all good. This is like, it's hours long, and I just want to share with anybody that wants to hang out with us, kind of like watch party. Yeah, they're that close to the moon live right now. Yeah, it's pretty
Something
wild,
that the crew, or that the science team has used to help prepare the crew, is a cue card.
And the other thing
These
is to do a
ask for
vertical live
feature
on
ID,
YouTube.
if they happen to know the type or name, and if it is a target.
I don't
of course,
know if
in this
OBS will let me
situation, when
just
they have a
switch
crew
over to
choice,
that.
they do not need to.
Double it
It may
out.
or may not be a target. They want to know the location and the observation style. They've also asked for the geometry of what's being captured, the size, shape, boundary, and preservation, as well as the color and shadow, so the color tone, the albedo, that reflection or brightness, and any shadows or illumination. Next, they're interested in structure and texture. That includes slopes, structures, and textures, of course, and geologic relations, like association to other features, any contact to those features, and of course, their thoughts, impressions, or interpretations. They are interested even in emotions and excitement that the crew may be having.
Yeah, I'm looking at their feed on their site, and over here, looking at the YouTube feed of theirs, and they're the same quality, yeah. It's just the feed they're giving everybody is what you see.
In many ways, even in Sims here in Mission Control Houston.
What are you excited for them to see and take more pictures of?
The team also conducted some field work, learning how to look for
the
specific
landing
geologic
sites.
features.
The Apollo landing sites will be a big
They
one.
also photographed a large globe, and the science team helped them determine which features they would be targeting and how to look at those.
I don't think I'm live everywhere. Am I live everywhere? Yeah, I don't think so. All right, let's share out the. I'm going to blast out this live.
The crew
now
will
that
be
it seems to be
photographing their
working.
crew choice. Again, this is NASA astronauts Victor Glover and Christina Cook
oh
at
man,
the windows.
how come I have?
Then move on to
how come my thumbnail is the eclipse? Hold on, let me fix
albedo,
this.
that reflectiveness, and color that they are
Can
seeing.
I edit the thumbnail?
We heard earlier about some browns seen on the moon, which is very interesting, especially here from Earth, where we are just seeing whites, grays,
oh, there we go,
and maybe even black at some points. When they get into that discussion for far side albedo in a few minutes, the theme is looking to know how that color and albedo
okay.
is,
the thumbnail shouldn't be that anymore.
Look like across the far side.
Sweet. Okay.
On the right side of your screen, the Science Evaluation Room, or SIR, where team members are looking real time at what the crew
we'll go to
is seeing.
Instagram,
and
put
even
it on the
earlier,
story.
Integrity, ready for science zero?
We'll take it.
Okay, the crew has swapped positions. They're in their crew choice element. I've been listening to both of them for a little bit, and they're really enjoying. They both decided to pick the Terminator, and they're spending a lot of time looking at the Terminator, just talking about the resolution that they can see, the depth of the craters, and the various interesting and unique excavations that they can see. So Victor is on the long lens, and Christina is just looking at the window, and I'm sneaking a peek in T-shirt window. It looks like, I don't have the best angle here, but it looks like Aristarchus
okay, it's up on Instagram.
is on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how quickly it changes as we
Aristarchus is the
speed
best.
around the far side of the moon, stuff that's leaving our field of view, and now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon that, you know, it's missing for us right now, but it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep. Do have a question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
All right, story on TikTok now.
Yeah,
That's
Kelsey,
3 million
sounds
people
good.
if they look at my stories. Probably only 1,000 will look at the stories.
My eyes are just not readjusted. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window. I was just in the interior of the cabin. I've come back to T-shirt window, and it's just overwhelming.
It'd be awesome to see the full res, yeah.
The angle's a bit challenging.
The other thing is,
so I won't be able to give you great observations from this window, but I will talk about something that I talked a lot about.
Whatever that glitch is,
earlier,
I'm seeing that glitch over here too.
We've been talking about some
it like has a resolution
so
glitch.
We have the,
it goes all donut, flat, tirey.
And then we've talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now, Aristarchus, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window.
Is he awake?
But that
yeah, I'm awake. There's a delay though.
Unique. I didn't see anything
There's
like
a big
that
delay
anywhere
with
else on this side of the moon. And then I see a lot of these, what I would call brownish hue areas. There's a number of them. And they, for example, in the northwest corner of the highlands, to me it looks like the brownish hue is caused by ray or ejected material landing on the highlands, and then we obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo, but in between the rays where the deposit would be thinnest, that is what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that in the northwest side of Aristarchus, or sorry, that dark area of the highlands, northwest side of the highlands. I saw it in the highlands to the east of Glushko, and then I see those same brownish hues west of Oriental, and I drew a contact there on OneNote, but that's a huge region, kind of like a piece of pie with the point of the pie pointing at Oriental and then going up towards the northern side of Hertzsprung. And that is an area that just looks like a different, that brownish albedo.
That was fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, and so you really read my mind on asking about those. Understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other the way that you described them, but please correct me if I misunderstood that. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. If it would be helpful for us to verbalize any targets so you can stay at the windows and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy, only offering assistance if you guys want to keep your eyes off of the PCDs.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay. Not really science related, and we definitely learned this at Apollo, but the thing that is just most fascinating, I think, to me and Victor right now is even as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at Oriental and Home, it's rugged, but man, when you look at the Terminator, it is just like impossibly rugged, and it reminds you that the whole far side is that way, and just the Terminator is really bringing out the shadows of the hills and the valleys. And it is just, it's unbelievable. It's like no surface of the Terminator is not marked by meteor impact. And it's just, it is very impressive to look at that. And you realize that that is true across the whole far side. You just can't see it due to sun illumination right now.
Lady Jane, you're right. Yeah,
Houston copies,
there is physical effects from
the
radiation and stuff up
from
there.
Our view, the
They see streaks in their eyes.
absolutely alien because there's just so much texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that with us.
But we'll see how bad they get hit. You know, if they get hit that hard at all.
I don't know the name of it. Coming out the south-southwest of Oriental, right on the southern Terminator, is just a massive crater. I don't know the name of it. Maybe you can look on the solar array wing video and tell me it's right. It's the southernmost crater you see on the Terminator right now.
We're looking for you.
Dum, bum, bum. There we go. If anybody came from Instagram or TikTok, let me know. See better graphic on the comedy The Big Bang Theory? I don't understand, Alan. It's like the tail end of a sentence. Just a couple more words at the start of that, I might understand the context. This is when they randomly talk and it freaks you out, you know? Whee! I wonder if the older missions like Cassini photographed the moon on Flyby. I think they did. Yeah, we can mess around with the web browser here. If we do this. And then OBS. We'll just do this. And then there's Enceladus flyby with Cassini. That's kind of neat. Oh, did I accidentally stop it? I did. There we go.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time, 4 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes into the flight of Orion. This is Lunar Flyby Day for the crew aboard the spacecraft. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen are now the farthest people to have ever traveled from Earth.
Lady Jane, it looks like Cassini specifically didn't really get the moon, but it got other moons on other planets in our solar system,
off the lights,
like Enceladus.
so they're able to see outside and
Slovakia, hello,
better
Marion.
with no reflections from inside. And for a very
on the
brief
Big Bang Theory,
moment there,
not 200,000 miles away from
Thanks
Earth.
for those iPhone views. It's helpful to see what you're seeing.
we very briefly saw NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman showing a picture he took on his phone of the moon. We do expect to get all of the photos that the crew is taking today, and we cannot wait to share some of those with you. But pretty cool in the meantime, just to see one quick shot from what the crew is seeing. And this view from outside the spacecraft on Orion's solar array wing. Orion is now 6,643 miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer. Again, their closest approach will be about 4,066 miles. The best comparison is if you held a basketball at arm's length. That's about what it would look like to the Artemis 2 crew at their closest approach.
Where's everybody tuning in from? I'm not seeing the full text. Not sure if that messed up again. It's been, yeah. It's weird like that. Dun, 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 dun. Flying around the moon? I guess it's not really flying around the moon, huh?
This view showing at the very top, a camera coming from Orion, continuing their flyby of the moon. We have 3 more flyby observation blocks after the completion of this one.
Missoula, Montana. Nice.
Down on the bottom left of your screen, that's the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, where team members are continuing to work through all of the targets that the crew is photographing today, and they've helped identify some of the craters and some of the other items that the crew has seen on the moon's surface. Down on the right is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston. Those 2 rooms down at the bottom are just down the hall from each other. And we are just a few minutes away from the next cabin and window team swap. That means Victor and Christina, who have been at the windows, will fly to the cabin, the background essentially, and be their support crew for Reed and Jeremy. Reed and Jeremy will move back up to the windows.
All right.
The crew is continuing their discussion portion of the flyby in the lunar targeting package, where it says far side albedo / color. They are looking, the science team is looking to get a good understanding of what the crew can see on the far side at this point.
These thumbnails
and its brightness as well as any colors. We did hear earlier Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen reporting that they could even see browns and even greens on the moon.
SpaceX
really
Dragon
looking forward to
go there
those
on
photos.
a Falcon Heavy.
And in just a couple of minutes, the teams will swap from the cabin to the window.
I mean, it would have to be like a custom Dragon. It wouldn't be able to do just a regular Dragon. I mean, well, I mean, you could. You wouldn't get as much science done, though. But SpaceX is more like a space taxi.
Today, so these
and it would need outfitted with a whole bunch of science stuff.
5 blocks of time during which the crew is
But yeah, I think they could make that work if they really tried.
Windows. Now, we are just coming up on the end of the second block, and we'll
up on
start
what
the
they've
third
been
soon.
on lately. I know the Starship they
So
wanted
at any
to try
time
to
during
land
those
on the
blocks,
moon.
2 members are at the
And
windows working in a pair. One is taking
delayed
photos
a
from
long
window
time.
2 and has a blue shroud over the window to help prevent any reflections from inside the spacecraft.
I don't know all the
They are also using an 80 to
details
400
surrounding
millimeter
it,
zoom
though.
lens. And the other astronaut on the window team will be in window 3 using their portable computing device to make annotations.
The green.
Now, again, both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing, and we are not hearing that right now. Those are going to be downlinked later to the science team, who will evaluate them and use that data to inform our understanding of the moon.
Gatekeepers.
These 2 crew members at the windows swap roles.
Integrity Houston.
NASA's gatekeeping a lot of stuff
for
before they
another
release it.
swap between the cabin and the window teams. So we have 15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Jeremy and Reed at the windows and Christina and Victor at the cabin. I have no new vehicle updates for you. but I do have a photo location for some photos on Ike's PCD, and I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Okay, Jenny, we copied most of that. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location on Victor's PCD. And hello to my family. I think that must be Catherine and Devin that are there. And I'm glad they made it into the viewing room. And we copy it's time for crew swap. The A team's coming out of the windows and the B team's going in.
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's PCD is that there are some late load photos that were requested that are now in his favorite photos folder. And you're exactly right. We have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave, and they're super excited and happy to see part of what you're seeing.
I think I see the alien monolith on the dark side. Check that one off the list. Love it.
Okay, copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around, and we may be calling you back about that one.
All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to Flyby.
It says it's buffering, guys. Are you having any buffer issues?
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And as you just heard, Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and Artemis 2 crew backup, relaying to the teams in Orion that it is time for a swap from the cabin to the window teams. We're now at the tail end of the second lunar flyby observation block. Again, we have 5 of these today. Most recently, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were at the windows photographing and making annotations, while Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were in the cabin providing support, whether that is SD card help, but also science sit reps, calling down any situation reports for what they are seeing on the moon or anything about the vehicle status. With that call to make a swap, Reed and Jeremy will be back at the windows, making observations for what they see at the moon and taking photos.
Welcome, Trader. Is the stream okay? You haven't had an okay, because it's giving me error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streamings. As such, viewers will experience buffering, is what it's telling me. That could just be the Starlink right now. Switching satellites and stuff. And it may have just had a dropout for a second, and it's just acting like it's a big deal. Because we were excellent until then. Okay. Yeah, it's still saying it. giving me buffer stuff. Just let me know if you guys have issues.
Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's Artemis 2.
But something that's really awesome up here is we now have the moon and the Earth in window 3 simultaneously, and the moon is a gibbous, and the Earth is a crescent. And I'm guessing in about 45 minutes we'll have 2 identical crescents as we change our position in the universe.
That is pretty darn cool. Thank you.
That's the Artemis 2 crew, the first astronauts to fly by the moon in more than 50 years, reporting that when they look out of window 3, one window, they're able to see both the Earth and the moon at the same time now. Now, obviously, our view is from a camera on the solar array wing pointed at the moon, and we hope to see that view of both the Earth and the moon soon. Some upcoming times for what you can expect. In about an hour and 40 minutes, we will have Earth set. And during that time, we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon. Shortly after, just a few minutes later, we will lose signal with the Orion spacecraft. This is tracked as it is going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. At 6 o'clock p.m., the spacecraft will make its closest approach to the moon at a distance of about 4,066 miles. At 6:02 Central, the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from Earth at about 252,755 miles. Of course, these are approximate, and we will make sure to provide you with the final distances once those are confirmed. At 6:21 p.m., we will have Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft, but we will not have communications with the spacecraft until 6:25 p.m. Central, when we expect to acquire signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon. Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's Lunar Flyby for the Artemis 2 mission, first crew to fly beyond the moon in over 50 years. The astronauts inside the spacecraft are switching positions, 2 at the windows and 2 serving in support roles, before they start their third timelined flyby observation for today. We've heard great calls from the crew so far describing what they're seeing.
Will they be closest?
All well trained by the science team here on the ground.
Let's see here if I can add a source.
Another major milestone for the crew today will be to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. No one on Earth will experience this solar eclipse. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon will be huge compared to the sun. Whereas if you're standing on Earth and looking at a solar eclipse, the moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky.
I'll just bring up the graphic.
As the moon begins to cover and then uncover the sun, the astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse, so that's before and after totality, and during that time frame they will have to wear eclipse glasses so they can safely view this phase. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona during the eclipse. This is a rare glimpse at the innermost corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras.
Doesn't
During
like
the eclipse, we also look forward to the crew members describing what they will
on.
see, which includes unique light features like the shape and size of the corona and potentially even lunar dust.
I think I did that
At the same time, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury will be near the sun, so they may be able to identify what part of the sky they're looking at. This can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing, which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation.
All right, folks.
That eclipse window will last about an hour, and it'll happen near the end of the
Put it
day
up on the
today,
left over the
closer
ship.
to 7:35 p.m. Central, 8:35 Eastern.
I think you can read that, right? Can you guys read that okay? You're welcome, Sue. You remember the previous ones? Oh, man. Someone forgot the Windex the capsule windows, yeah. So basically, let's see here. I can't read that, so I'm making it bigger. All right, so we have Artemis 2. That was at 2 o'clock 3 hours ago. That starts 4 hours ago, actually, because it's 5 o'clock now. So predicted loss of communication is in an hour and 45 minutes, hour and 40 minutes. So for the next amount of time, it's the lunar observation period right now. Until 6:44, when we predict we'll lose communication.
As you can see in this live view from Orion, the spacecraft is maneuvering around the moon, and the views of the moon have changed since we started our broadcast. The near side is now very far to the right side of your screen. This is the side that we can see from Earth. That darkened portion are ancient lava flows.
I made it bigger.
The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is Oriental.
Did you guys see what Jim Lovell wrote to them? Here, I'll bring that letter up.
Until this mission.
A beautiful message.
Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side. And this is what we typically do not see from Earth.
So from Jim Lovell, hello Artemis 2, this is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. When Frank Borman, Bill Anders, and I orbited the moon on Apollo 8, we got humanity's first up-close look at the moon and got a view of the home planet that inspired and united people around the world. I'm proud to pass that torch on to you as you swung around the moon and lay the groundwork for missions to Mars for the benefit of all.
And just a reminder about this view, this is coming from a GoPro camera mounted on the tip of one of Orion's 4 solar arrays. Each solar array has a camera mounted on it, and the bandwidth is limited due to we have a crew on board, and this is our first flight of crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. So having a crew means we have to have an environmental control and life support system. There's a lot of data around, a lot of data to bring down for the crew members to keep us up to date on everything happening.
It's a historic day and all that good stuff. Don't forget to enjoy the view. That's the best part. Godspeed from all of us here on the good earth. I love that letter. All right. So there's that, it goes, that's resolution issue.
Inside the Orion spacecraft.
Oh, that's the GoPro resolution. It's the same issue I was running into in Hawaii.
Team swap.
With GoPros. They just do that.
Block of lunar flyby observations.
That's
Jeremy
funny.
Hansen and Reed Wiseman are now back at the windows, taking photos and making annotations. About halfway through this block, they will switch positions at the windows and will be prompted by the ground to do so.
Houston, integrity for SITREP. First of all, I'll just talk about the experience that I had during Victor and my observation time. It was an incredible experience. We definitely noted how much more you can see with the zoom lens. Even though we have a great visible eye image, there's just a lot of texture that just pops right out at you when you can zoom in. So almost just using it like a telescope, the camera lens. We really enjoyed our discussion time. That was a great innovation on the lunar targeting plan. We were both able to describe a lot more kind of with flow, I would say, when we were talking to each other. And it was also, we sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think, a very successful talking through of some contacts between different color areas, both in the mare and in the highlands, and we identified some really unique texture areas as well. At one point, towards the end of the images of my time in window 3, I just had an overwhelming sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle, and one that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective of the other. I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The Peltors, both their batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we have verified they are still recording, and so we are able to have discussion time and hear outside our recordings by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Other than that, everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find all our targets, and we're having a really great time.
Thanks, Christina. We copy those logistics for the Peltors, and also thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
All right, this might work better. I don't know if you guys are getting an echo. I was.
Right on time. NASA astronaut Christina Cook, a mission specialist for Artemis 2, calling down a science SITREP, a situation report. Good news, reporting that she and her teammates have been able to capture all targets that were listed. Christina also gave a vibrant description of just how it feels to be there and to see the moon up close and not just something passing in our night sky. Currently, the team members at the window are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Meanwhile,
Integrity cabin team for window shroud.
listening. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Victor, we have a temperature constraint on the windows, and the shroud might be getting us close, so we just want to check on the state of window 4's shroud, whether you believe it's still necessary because maybe things have changed with our viewing, and if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. It is very bright. It definitely would affect our night vision and maybe comfort. But is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can recommend something that could block the light but just create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it. Something like a T-shirt would do the trick and help.
Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we'll make it work. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow on the window would be helpful. So if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose, which should be friction fit onto one of the diffusers. And that on the window would also help.
We can easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that. And it's pointing at the window now.
Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated.
That looks so cool. The way the moon's just getting darker and darker. There's that potato squish again by the GoPro. That's like GoPros do that to me all the time. That's the real look right there. Holy moly. That's amazing. That is so cool.
That call from Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis 2 crew backup to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know that they will need to remove the window shroud they had placed on window 4. They initially placed that shroud there to block out some of the light from the Earth. It was extremely bright coming in the cabin and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities out at the moon.
I'm doing CBR in 6,000. Should be fine.
This was a request from ground teams to ensure that they are protecting other systems, and the crew has been offered the opportunity to use something else to cover the window.
Okay, it says it cleaned up again. Stream is healthy.
Meanwhile, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen continue with their lunar flyby observations.
That might be a loop that happens from Starlink, not us. Like when it switches between to the next Starlink every now and then, there's a big distance, so it might have a dropout.
Everything she had been seeing during her observation period and what she was seeing at that time. The science team asked this crew to take centered images of the entire crater.
You can't hear me right now?
System in one frame.
You should be able to hear me.
They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and extent of Glushko's rays and how they differ in the mare, or that sea area, versus the highlands.
Can you hear me?
Glushko is considered a young lunar crater, and these observations can help understand material properties of those craters.
Right, thank you. I'm muting and unmuting myself, though. A lot. Especially when they're talking or when I'm chewing food. You guys don't need to hear that.
I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan. Reed just passed me a note that the Oriental Basin annular ring has a similar albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brownish tones in it, and he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there, and we all just went on that moonwalk with you, so highlighting how important it is to talk about these things. I also want to let you know that we have Deanna Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here. Hey, babe. I love you from the moon.
We love that we got a hey babe too, and we also have one of your lovely daughters here watching you guys work.
This is so precious right now.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. And to all of you, Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
We've had some really sweet words from the crew members aboard Orion today, as their families have been able to filter in and out of the viewing room here at Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Victor Glover also giving a great science sit rep and just a description of how it must feel if you were down on the lunar surface while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. He also expressed how important it was to be able to talk through that real time with Christina Cook and stress the importance of that on future missions, that it not only made their discussions better, but also more human. Glover and Cook are in the support roles right now, not taking photos or making annotations at the windows, but they are also encouraged to have their midday meal at this time. For lunch today, those two crew members have options of beef ravioli, salmon, butternut squash, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, cherry blueberry cobbler, tuna noodle casserole, tomatoes and artichokes, broccoli, and chocolate peanut butter bar. Once Glover and Cook return to the window portion of their flyby today, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will get into their midday meal.
What do you guys have to eat today?
Again, this is the third of 5 scheduled blocks for our lunar viewing today, and if you were watching at the start of the broadcast, you can definitely tell the difference in the distance from the moon. We are now 5,518 miles away from the lunar surface, and again, expecting the crew to get about 4,066 miles away. They are currently 252,050 miles away from Earth, and every mile is a new record, having surpassed the Apollo 13 milestone for furthest distance earlier today.
Oh, we got a little poll in chat. I don't know how it shows up, but there's a poll there you guys can vote on. If you saw the rocket launch of Artemis 2 yet, if you guys watched it.
If you look down to the bottom right of the moon in that darker looking area, that is Oriental Basin. We have continued to lose views of the near side. It is just barely visible over towards the bottom right side of your screen. And then you'll also hear later about that terminator. That's the line between light and darkness while on the moon. It is really exposing some of those craters at this time.
All right, guys. So we're watching
a couple of the other features in view right now
NASA
are
talk a lot.
Basin.
That's why I try not to get into talking too much. I might just mute them.
Hertzsprung Basin is nearer to the center of the moon, closer to that terminator line right now. And Vavilov Crater is just on the outskirts of it, closer again to the terminator.
If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel. I do space and astronomy content. I share live views through my telescope frequently.
Towards the bottom of the moon and to the left of the terminator line, or currently shadowed in darkness, is Apollo Basin.
And I appreciate everybody who decides to become a member, helps support the channel. That really helps. Thank you so much. But I want you to know, all my content goes to everybody, always. There is no extra content, and the big revenues I look for is the big corporate companies.
Is about a third of the moon is in eclipse. That beautiful terminator is out there calling to me. We're 4,691 miles from the moon, and what looked like in the terminator about a third of the way up from the southernmost part of the terminator looked like a dinosaur print if one was running to the northwest. Now is clearly a crater with a bunch of craters around it. And that terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window 1. But that terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Vavilov the whole time, so it's gone 2 more Vavilov craters to the west, and so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there with that low sun angle, and so you still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly. A very jagged terminator and a few islands of light out there with some high elevation shining in the sunlight in that darkness. And on the eastern side of the moon, let's see, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east features, and that is maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental, that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. But all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target,
yeah, I could probably get it through a telescope if I had clear skies, but I've been clouded out a lot. But yeah, thank you everybody for subscribing and those members that help support the channel. I want you guys to know that I do brand deals and stuff time to time, and that's what helps support all the work I'm doing. I never come to my followers for that support. You guys, I want to always give you guys just free content. So when you do see me working with the big evil corporations or the great corporations, just support those ads a little bit. Give them a like if you see them. But that's where I go. But I appreciate the extra support a lot of you guys do. Thank you.
Okay, another thing, after looking through the zoom camera, man, you guys are smart. You probably did this on purpose, but after looking with my plain eyes and then going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it, I see the cliff face as if you were standing in the center. That inner and outer ring have definitely some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at it even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation and that, like I said, a cliff face on that eastern edge where all the darker deposits are. And it's just the scale now. Looking at it from far away before, it seemed like flat with color painted on it, but now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics, and so the darker is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
Great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window. There's like a thermocouple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately, it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I could pick up from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward face, from one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
All right, guys. Oh, never mind. I'm going to mute them. So right there is, yeah, you can spot it with smart telescopes and stuff. Just look at the chart there between now and when they return, the times to do it if you have smart telescopes. And if a smart telescope can do it, a big astro rig could too.
To help inform a theory that they're sort of tossing back and forth, what is older, the Mare seas of the near side or Oriental?
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here.
I've just been too clouded out to capture it with my telescopes. It's just been rain and clouds here the whole time since they launched. What about you guys? What's the weather been like where you guys are? Let me know. I'll remove that image now. Clear in Oklahoma. Nice. Yeah, thank you guys for the support. Thanks for liking the live stream. I usually share live views through my telescope. This is obviously a very big, special, historic occasion. I appreciate everybody's support, and I just want to let you guys know I never will come, because there's been a lot of scammers pretending to be me lately. I never go to my followers for money subscriptions or anything like that. I want to provide you guys always just free content with all my videos. So heads up, there are people scamming, pretending to be me. And also, the support I do get comes through brand deals and partnerships I do. So when you do see me do like a little commercial, give it a like, support that, because that helps fund all of the citizen science and astronomy outreach I do.
Integrity Science back with you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready.
Go ahead.
You're making our day down here getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. Oriental, as far as mare go, is younger than almost all of the mare on the near side. The exception are features like Aristarchus, which really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as mare go.
And Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too. How about when the actual crater was formed?
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental, and while we're getting that, Christina, can you, maybe you've heard the window team talk about the sort of contacts around Oriental, but because that material is so much younger, if anything pops out to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to hear it.
This is so cool hearing them just describe what they're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. They are discussing a contact relationship that could explain some of the color that they're seeing in certain areas. And so it was really about the ejecta of the creation of the basin and understanding the superposition of its ejecta and mare on the near side or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it.
Thank you, Integrity. And I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
3.8 billion. Those numbers are real. It's wild. Just a couple years old.
Copy that. So that's on the older side. The actual basin is very old.
Correct, as is the case with a lot of mare. Typically the big basin formed and then the volcanic eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that basin formation.
That's awesome, Gina.
Perfect. Tracking. Thank you.
Gina Artemis. I like the name. Robert, thank you. All the way from
NASA astronaut Christina
Ireland.
Cook calling
Hi,
down
Robert.
some questions to the science team on console. The voice you're hearing with those answers is Dr. Kelsey Young. She is joined by Trevor Graff on console today.
It only looks stationary. Here, let me
Christina asking
I don't know if I can do a live scrub.
Of Oriental.
Maybe I can. Watch.
Specifically,
let's see if we can do a live scrub
regions.
on this.
Those are those dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by volcanic deposits.
See? So that's like a time lapse right there. So you can kind of see it is moving. So this is a while ago, and see how when they started the broadcast, how the moon looked. Okay? Then they slowly are getting closer, closer, closer. So it's just slow. It looks stationary, but they are getting closer. It's kind of like driving at giant mountains in the distance, like when you're coming across the Great Plains into Colorado and you see the Rocky Mountains for the entire state until you hit them. So there we are, back up to real time. Buffers. There we go. Was that a good visual? Did that work? UK, hello. I'm excited too, Wendy. The photos are going to be epic. But yeah, you're flying towards a planet.
Integrity, it's about time for a position swap at the window. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions, and I'll remind you again about your SD cards. And Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
Could you imagine getting some window time? It's your turn to go to the window.
They are swapping, and I'm ready.
All right, Tina, we found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
Ready.
Oh, we got inside look. We got an inside look. And I'm in the way.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
The crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Copy.
Earthshine, you guys remember what that is?
Inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review. The science team will have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby.
This is awesome. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just now joining us, my name's Nate. I go by Sunshine Nate. I do space and astronomy content, usually sharing live visuals through my telescope. Today we are watching the historic Artemis Integrity crew begin their flyby on the far side of the moon. This is a historic day, as they are right now the furthest humans in all of history from Earth. They've traveled the furthest away from Earth right now that anybody's ever traveled. Pretty cool day for humanity. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat.
Again, we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. During this flyby, Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So from this view, astronauts can observe both the North and South Pole and large-scale geologic features in one single view.
Yeah, it's morning moon right now.
We are now just under an hour until Orion passes behind the moon, and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas.
Yeah, you want to look for the moon in the morning right now.
About 40 minutes, and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface.
I see the questions coming back up again. I'll repin the comment.
The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. they'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team, who are very excited for what they are learning today.
Yeah, so my telescopes would be able to get it,
Orion
but
is now
the problem is clouds. Clouds have been the problem.
To the moon be about 4,066 miles.
And hopefully
that is,
I get some clear skies at some point here soon. But as of now, I still haven't been able to see it. But there is time. I'll bring up a graphic, guys, for anybody trying to capture it with a telescope.
Definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
There's everybody who has a telescope wants to know when. Here's a few smart telescopes.
Both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
Houston, thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a big difference for the imagery. And for science, we are now seeing a half moon.
We got the taco moon! Taco moon.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it. And we see half moon. Full moon joy still.
Aw, full moon joy still. Yeah, offline 40, 50 minutes, that is terrifying. We will soon be the Jetsons, nice. Yeah, I can't see it with my telescope. Not right now because I have clouds. I bet they're so excited. This is the stuff dreams are made of. You live for this stuff, Travis? Yeah, me too. They couldn't afford anything better than 240p. That's a few $billion from the moon.
Half the moon, which is
so
about what it looks like
probably
here
not
from this view from the spacecraft. However,
they have cameras on board that they're recording. They have cameras on board that they're recording in 4K though.
Enjoy.
It's hard for me to interrupt them, guys. So like I'm trying to be courteous to what they're saying for everybody. So I try to get back to you guys, but once they talk, it's like they take priority over me. It's kind of the way I see it. Make you smile every day. Awesome, Raptor. Hey, Vic. It's Earth shine. They can see the Earth shine. So sunlight reflects off of Earth up to the dark portion of the moon and illuminates it. It's called Earth shine. So the sun isn't lighting that dark portion, just the glow from Earth is. Exactly similar to the night here on Earth during a full moon. You know how you can see at night here? That's Earth getting the moon glow. Well, the moon's dark portion gets an Earth glow, Earth shine, or Da Vinci glow.
Christine and I discussed a bit is in Hertzsprung. The solid and intact crater is very smooth. If it were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older. It is a little rougher and more jagged, and starts to get into more loose-looking terrain. And the smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges.
There's that potato again. That's some GoPros.
Comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3.
And then it snaps back into the proper resolution. I have GoPros do that to me all the time.
Excluding
there
the wedge,
the
darker wedge is more on the 6-7, and that they also also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen.
Oh, you don't have to say anything. There's nothing.
A rippling pond, but frozen.
There's no such thing as saying something wrong.
Choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and then it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pokey.
What?
Right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road.
Pokey? Pokey? That's the technical term? Looks like a paved road. That's smooth.
A wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic highlands. Thanks for that.
I don't know what that was all about. What's pokey, guys? What does that mean? No, you're good, Erica. The only people that we give trouble to is the people that are like being jerks and mean and rude to everybody. We get rid of them, but there's no wrong answers or wrong questions.
Variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just patchy. It just has spots that are lighter, and I would say a predominantly darker average area.
Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
I like putting me up in the space in the dark portion. I'm going to put myself on the dark side of the moon here.
Really great descriptions coming from
science. The window team is hitting all the targets. They are on plan and starting the discussion of the Terminator.
I'm on the moon, guys.
Boy,
look at me. I'm standing here on the moon. People will call this AI.
I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, I've probably spent the most time describing into my recordings and thinking about and looking at the Terminator. There's just so much magic in the Terminator. The islands of light, the valleys, what look like black holes. You'd fall straight to the center of the moon if you stepped in some of those. It's just so visually captivating that the Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks. Integrity Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
All right, welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name's Nate. By Sunshine Nate, we're watching Artemis 2 go around the moon. They're going to lose radio contact here soon, so I imagine it's just going to go black, and we'll just be listening to NASA for 40 minutes. But this is the NASA Live Broadcast Watch Party with me. I usually share live telescope views of celestial events and things in the night sky. So if you like that sort of thing, subscribe. And if you enjoy space, give the live a thumbs up.
Talked about Vavilov, look for suspended dust, and the Terminator, and window 3 about the experience and about the three-dimensionality of the moon this close.
Wonderful.
And another observation about Oriental, I would say, is the features going off to the southwest, the two large, almost look like scratches in the surface. I don't know if they're rays or canyons or collapsed lava tubes, but two distinct features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental Basin. They are the first things that made me notice parallax parallax of our trajectory looking out at Oriental. That and in the inner walls of the east side of the crater rings, you really get a sense that we're flying over something with elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
Love to hear it, Victor, and you had it that those chains are actually crater rays, secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the northwest, that run off toward Hertzsprung and I believe toward Vavilov. I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are very interesting. They're all very small. I know you've imaged this, but they're all small and they look like, you know, a big impact launched rocks and things that made smaller impacts down the way. But something very interesting, and again, you can see this in imagery, but some of them are parallel, and then some of them converge toward the center of Oriental. And then I think I even saw some that maybe diverge, which not diverge, but that are convergent, which indicate multiple large impacts that created a lot of secondary impact crater rays.
Fantastic, Victor, and I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Hey, Cynthia, Phil.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ninja.
Integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
Yeah, look how much closer they are to the moon. Here, guys, I'll skip back the video a little bit so you can see a time lapse so far today. That seems to give you guys a good... So if I just slide it way back, you can see woo, how far away they get. So that's where they started, right? I'd say... there's a good image of where they were a few hours ago. So they went from that to this. So you can see now that they're getting around the backside a little bit as the
We've been hearing some great situation
dark portion of the moon is
Victor
moving
Glover,
over.
The pilot
Now
of
it's a
the
half moon
Artemis
from
2
their
mission,
view.
calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung Basin. If you look just to the right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost in the very center of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array. We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal in about 43 minutes. Again, the spacecraft will fly behind the moon, and during that time, we won't have communication with them. They will be out of reach of our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon.
Bothers
the crew
you
aboard the
so
spacecraft
few?
are currently discussing the Terminator, that difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface, and it's already been very interesting to hear that they have seen colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon. Some of the questions that they are...
There's like probably just a couple million, so yeah, not too many compared to all of Earth.
And they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings. Glover reported earlier that the crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today. We have a few minutes left while the crew is discussing the Terminator. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the moon, our moon, from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. Inside that spacecraft, 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the first 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years.
Yeah, there was like a huge viewing for the launch. And then I think the people that are watching this like all day, every day is a lot. But yeah, I think it's not as much as it was back then.
The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that he hopes it's a record soon broken by other explorers.
That is a pretty cool record to have. Distance from Earth. Just amazing. Isn't it amazing, Erica? 6,000 miles from Earth looks so different. Yeah, you go a little bit of ways from Earth, it looks different. You go in a plane, it looks different. Being out there, seeing all of humanity on a glowing spaceship in space, the Earth, just seeing the Earth like that, like, it really changes your perspective of things.
We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, monitoring the flight of Artemis 2. All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to read up to you. They'll require you to write something down on your knee boards, so let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay, Houston, we are ready.
I'm reading chat, guys, but I'm trying not to interrupt them.
Copy Integrity. First of all, once you start this next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS, so you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior reminding you. And second of all, Fido just sent us updated altitudes and METs for lunar closest approach and max Earth altitude. Let me know when you are ready to write those down. They differ slightly from Optimus.
The footage they're capturing is going to be much better than the live footage you're seeing. They have to shoot this wirelessly to Earth right now, but they're filming everything in 4K with tons of cameras.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET.
You gotta wait for that stuff.
5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067 statute miles. Maximum Earth altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 39 seconds, with an altitude of 252,756 statute miles.
Just a couple miles. Jeez. Ham radio. Speed of light, there'd be even a little delay with it, but it would work just like their radios.
For that in kilometers and in parsecs, but thank you for those. That is great. Thanks for that update.
You can tune into them with ham radios.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric.
But I think you can only hear them when...
I have no new vehicle statuses to pass.
It's a line of sight.
Enjoy your handover time.
And maybe you can bounce off the atmosphere.
With you shortly.
A little bit. Yeah, we can bounce off atmosphere too.
I will talk to you shortly.
Rust on the moon is a real thing, hematite.
Those words called from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis 2 backup crew member to the crew working aboard the Orion spacecraft. A little bit of a view inside the cabin. As you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned...
The terminator line is where the dark portion meets the light, and with all of the shadows and stuff there, it enhances all the details. You can really see a lot of texture and details. And so as they're going around, their perspective is the moon's going through phases quickly. That terminator line, they're getting to the point where they're getting close and they can see even more details, and they're filming them, photographing them, and taking notes, doing science stuff with it.
Audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were in the background serving as support. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal. Now that we are swapping positions, the support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps, as well as providing those situational reports to the science team.
It's weird they're talking so much
Victor
now.
Glover and Christina
They've been so quiet for so long.
At the window, photographing and speaking into those PCDs, portable computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon. As you heard Capcom...
You don't think Nixon talking to the astronauts on a phone with a cord, yeah. You don't understand how phone... Like, that was a big thing. People didn't understand that that goes to radio towers. You plug it in. It's called signal flow. You just send the phone signal volts into a radio system. It becomes the microphone for the radio system. It becomes the radio. People did not understand that. You just can't teach people that, like... You know, your computer plugs into the wall. How come you're wirelessly on the internet somehow? Now,
even the crew, even though the crew will be flying behind the moon, their observation period does not stop. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations of what they are seeing. They'll be looking.
But it was even more complicated than that, I think.
And then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment.
Yeah, that GoPro does look dirty, though. It's probably got bombarded by some dusts and stuff.
Just before Earthrise,
they jettisoned the toilet like yesterday or something. Maybe it's got toilet goo on it.
This may be lofted just above the lunar surface, and we can only see it just before Earthrise along the dark western limb. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. But once the crew is all the way around the Earth,
just drop the phone line from them.
Will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see.
Crazy cemetery lady. I'm with you.
These were based on observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft, and so we're very interested to see if the crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today.
ETA, dark side of the moon. I'll bring up a graphic here.
Following that lofted lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise.
All right, guys, here's your timeline today.
There will be
this
a
is
short observation break period where the moon is not in view. That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period. So we will have communication with the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame.
I think we're at
during that time,
6:11.
The science team is looking to know. It will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point, so they want to know what the whole moon looks like overall, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any planets.
All right, guys, so 6:44 p.m. Eastern.
Once the eclipse is over, the lunar
32
Flyby
minutes from
period
now
will have ended.
Is when they head
we
behind
are
the
live
moon.
through the whole thing, and even once Flyby is over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Go ahead.
I don't know if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just wanted to just let them know how much fun we're having out here. It's extraordinary to be on the far side of the moon right now, just seeing hanging out there and looking back at the Earth. And Ashley and Kaylin, I know you're back in Canada, but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say hi to all you guys. Love you guys, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
So I'll just cut off the whole thing.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
So I could just put that up. There, that has our times. Now I have Pink Floyd playing in my mind. Let us see the Earth! The moon is made of cheese. So it would make sense. It would be cheese in the Earth's crust. Let us see Earth from 250,000 miles away. I think they have photos of that, but I'll see if they've dropped any. I'll take a break from this real quick. So here on their site, they have their live stream. But you can go to, where's Artemis 2? No, they just want you to, okay. So I think, where's the, oh man, for the latest, more mission news, Artemis news, where's the, give me the link. There's a link. We'll just go back to it. Sorry. They're really not good at their multimedia library, the way they do it. It's really hard to find the page for Orion. It's called, do they have it in here yet? No. This is a view image, and then NASA, so you just view one image, and then it's like, come on, dude. Images, where's Artemis? Browse image archive, there we go. And there we go. So here's the Artemis images. Now I'm going to get them back up and running. Just refresh it.
From the moon.
and then their site does. There must be a lot of people just on their site. The site just freezes. Look at that.
We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts. We will regain that communication about 40 minutes later. They will still be photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And we especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera view throughout the flyby.
Yeah, these are the
science team also
images they have
an
released.
Occasional still photo with the solar array intermittently, perhaps.
But these are just the images of the day.
Still photos represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of signal, the science team will capture a series of photos, one every 30 seconds,
on things, they don't
to
work.
include Earthset, all the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal. In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch
I
to
had the page earlier.
photo mode.
Let me see if I can find it.
During this time, the streaming video quality won't be as sharp as you have it right now, but we want to ensure that the science team captures the data that they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. But with the view you are seeing right now, we are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system that is keeping the spacecraft powered and the crew alive, especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life support system, keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home. On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team swap period.
This is the journey to the moon is the gallery that you want to find.
Side of those windows. The next target is Ohm Crater, and this is something that they have photographed previously during the flyby. This is a small, complex crater with a prominent ray system. And as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara.
So these two, this is a new one.
Is a feature in Mauritania.
This is from today. Wow.
Seeing this crater more than once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions.
We zoom in on that? Maybe not.
Those different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target and can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed and what it is today.
That's a pretty cool shot of the moon, guys, if you ask me. You know? But that's a new image they dropped. And then they dropped this other one. But as you can tell, I mean, these images come in so slow. Just a hair floaty image. A lot of people go nuts over this when their hair's floating around. They did that for the Inspiration 4. I don't know what people's problem was with hair. They're like, tie it up. I was like, who cares? I mean, it's cool. If I was in space and I had hair, which I have neither of those things, space or hair, but I'll let it fly loose and all wacky.
Again, this view inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the moon outside their windows. They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft.
Dun dun dun. When Nate has to mod, he's a little more brutal than the mods. The pic of Earth and Moon at the same time from earlier, that'd be amazing, Wendy. Let me see if I can find it on here. I'm looking at their image gallery, the Journey one. I think I can drop this for you guys here. I think I can drop a link in chat. There's the link, guys. I pinned it. So that's the site that is, they're dropping these images to. And as you can tell, it takes them a while just for each image to get put there. So I think they're selective over which one, and then they just put that up there. I'm not seeing Earth and Moon in any of these that they did post, Wendy. I'm looking though.
We expect the crew to be targeting Ohm Crater for another 6 minutes or so before they move into a discussion of the limb. Now, the science team has asked for a science sit rep or a situation report during that time, so we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing.
I don't remember seeing an Earth and Moon one, Wendy. I'm interested which one you're talking about now. It works? Yeah. So, like, the Journey to the Moon gallery, for me, I don't know, maybe I'm just old, seems to be a nightmare to find on their site. You have to find the right article with the right link for it. You can't just go to the gallery.
We could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more of the far side and that darkness where the
something like a world thing like this, you would think that would be like just the first link. Latest Artemis images, boom. Top of the page, first link. That's what everybody's looking for. The live stream and the latest images. Oh, I just got myself cropped into the corner and you did this. Okay, I'll go back up here.
Earlier, we were also able to see some of those darker portions, that old lava flow that we often see on the near side of the moon and that we can all see from Earth. That has mostly gone away.
Hey guys,
we are now just seeing
I've been waiting here for you for a while.
Tall, that's down to the bottom right of
Finally
the moon.
Get some company out here.
A small dark portion near the limb.
Well, parts of their site are brilliant, but that's the part that they want to navigate, not the public. So it's like, I think they have a hard time thinking about how other people see it and use it, and the general public of people that just don't know that much. It's on Luna, yeah.
We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew. Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network.
I'm having the time of my life right now. But a lot of my followers on YouTube only watch vertical. So since this is widescreen, you have a better chance of them donating you a kidney than getting them to turn their phone sideways. It's kind of sad. But 98% of all my viewers will not, they'll swipe away before turning their phone to the side.
We expect their closest approach to the moon to be at
it's a smaller group, but I think it's a good one.
Of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface.
We're steadily growing. We've had 2,600 people come through.
Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach
their
maximum
rate of
distance
3
from Earth. At mission elapsed time, 5 minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756
I'm in the middle of a spaceship.
statute miles.
Where do I put my face?
These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved.
We go real small.
We will be without
now I'm like a ninja moving around the screen,
at that time.
dodging
so
space
once we regain
people.
Communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you.
You're really disappointed of the footage we got. It's like NASA can probably get the same footage with an expensive telescope. Yes and no. I don't think you understand, Eva, the actual scope of how much they're recording. They're burning through hundreds of gigabytes every minute right now. Like, they're getting terabytes and terabytes worth of data and video that we'll start seeing. It'll take us years to look through it all, because they're all doing it and there's cameras outside. But those recordings in high definition to be streamed to Earth, there's a bottleneck there. They can't stream the high definition to Earth just quite yet. So when we see the recordings probably after they come splashed down, that's where you're going to see the 4K wow. You know, their data consumption is insane, but also their bandwidth of how much they can transfer is like one photo here and there, because they're transferring a bunch of mission important data too. So you got to think about it that way, but you got to understand what we're seeing live is not what they're recording. That is being recorded, but even the camera recording it is at a much higher resolution than the stream. The stream's going to give us the lowest bandwidth possible. But you hear them every 10-15 minutes. They're swapping big SD cards, like just burning through them. So you know that's probably 4K 60 frames per second at least, or better, if they're burning through them that quick. Because like what I do is I burn through, I don't know how much, when I'm doing filming in 4K, I go through one of these every like 8 hours, which is 256 gigs in about 8 hours. These gives me about 8 hours, like one day. So one SD card one day when I'm filming. Yeah, what they're taking manually, swiped ocean, yeah. And we will get those, but to be able to beam those to us, that's a lot of bandwidth, and it just doesn't exist yet. But I think in the future, if we put some satellites around the moon, and the GPS satellites, especially navigation, but also communication satellites around the moon, and build the lunar network, that network will have a high-speed connection to Earth. That's where I think we'll see some cool
targeting package. The crew is
this whole thing ups up.
Of the limb, seeing the limb of the moon, that illuminated part.
And I think it's funny they're using
Currently
a GoPro.
At the windows, taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover.
It's got to be a special space GoPro.
We are expecting loss of signal in about 13 minutes. We will regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later. A milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions.
There we go. Hey, fellow space nerds. The lunar network, yeah, we want to build a base on the moon and have a network around the moon. And I think that network will help.
I've continued to reference
and if we had some space telescopes around the moon too, maybe. But I don't know if they'll do that.
Observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the Lunar Geography Review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and verbal descriptions of what will be helpful to the science team reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones.
That's why they get paid the big bucks. During Apollo, yeah, this kind of quality would have been a dream, yeah. I'm just surprised, like see how the Orion capsule right here is like blurry? Like, I think something got on the lens of the camera, for sure, because even that was clearer earlier. That was much clearer earlier. How far they are from the moon? Yeah, they're still pretty far. I think, how close did they get? 4,000 or 3,000 miles? Kilometers? And what's the moon? What's its diameter? 3,000? So like they're the width of the moon away from the moon? 4,062 miles? So it's close to like the width of the moon, to being the same as the distance. So they're like one moon away from the moon.
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
I might be wrong, but why are we doing all this? That is a question that you have to look up and read because there's a million reasons why. And you have to look through it all. One of the biggest ones is space exploration, science, finding our place in the building a moon base. There's 1,000 answers. There's 1,000 reasons. You got to look that up, though. I can't just list it off for you. But it benefits all mankind, all of us. The resources up there. There's helium-3 on the moon too.
All right.
In the lunar regolith.
Still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the moon and part of the moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Yeah, same reason we once sailed the oceans.
Reed was using the Z9. And,
because we're already learning there's so much more. I mean, I can't overtalk them. Sorry. I wish I could answer right now, but I'm not going to.
That's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, that we'll take sit reps in the blind, and as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
All right, Jenny, you'll have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Okay, impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it. And yeah, just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light coming through the outer hull from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like, I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the two panes of glass.
Copy.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, the Moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer as the astronauts are going to pass behind it. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Again, we will be out of communication with them for about 40 minutes until they come around the other side of the moon and we can re-establish contact.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
I'm talking to astronaut Dr. Cyan Proctor right now, and I'm going to see if she wants to say anything.
Thank you for that, Jenny, and thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
Going dark. Now that's getting out there.
See you on the other side.
That's epic. See ya on the other side of the moon. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get commercial astronaut Cyan Proctor in. I think I can get her in during Discord or something, through Discord on here. But it might be a little glitchy. But if we're in radio silent for 40 minutes, we might as well try, right? Might as well try. So I asked her. We'll see what she says.
Poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth. Glover touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts.
Glorious Astronomy, hello, how you doing?
The Artemis 2 crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface, and they will reemerge, and we will also get this view on the other side.
All right. Let me see if I can do a Discord. Well, my mouse is there. Let me go dark for a second. Okay, just going dark for a second while it opens this over here. Okay, cool. So put that over there. Then we can bring that back up. Okay.
Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. Now 5 days and 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. How great.
There you go, Wendy. Look at that. That's amazing. I'm going to get rid of me for a second. No! You can rewind. Oh, there we go. There we go. No! No! We're freaking out! Look at that. The crescent Earth with the crescent moon. That is such a... I can't wait to see the shots they're getting of that. That is
30 seconds
Earth set, guys.
Loss of signal.
Earth set now. Cyan asked me, when is the Earthrise time? I'm guessing it's going to be around 7:25 p.m. Eastern is the expected regain of signal. Which is this image I'm going to plaster over me right here. This image right there. So regain of predicted acquisition of signal, 7:25 p.m. It is 6:43 p.m. now. That's a visualization. Man, it's like whack-a-mole, dodging all their graphics.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface. We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later, at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds, when their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, We will report the official numbers.
There's a way to do a timer on here, isn't there? I guess we could just use the text.
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles, carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis 2 will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis 2 mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis 2 test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
How do I get cool fonts? Anybody in here like a font guru? I like this one. Hold on. This one is very NASA looking.
We are now about 33 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. And in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey.
Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day.
Oh, no kidding. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And
there we go.
I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist. Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD, so all these descriptions of impact craters have me just absolutely swooning. How I got into this, though, is, during my PhD, I got an internship at NASA and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the Science Officer Console, for which this is the first mission we're supporting. We developed the Science Evaluation Room that's right upstairs, and so it's so gratifying to see this operation structure come to fruition, especially on a day like today.
I would have to imagine so. And we've got a great view of the science evaluation room right now. Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
Absolutely. So as you might have heard in some of the press briefings and content that we've been putting out, color and albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Just to highlight maybe one of them, we heard about greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those greenish hues could actually tell us something about the volcanic evolution of that area. So you can bet that the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images and the crew audio that we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
Wow, that is fascinating. I was hearing those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint, because looking at the moon from 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just hearing that, them being so close and getting to see that, fascinating, and I know very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see in the upcoming portion of the flyby?
The upcoming portion is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, while folks in the room are kind of taking their their stretch breaks and everything, the crew are still hard at work. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, the first thing, of course, we're going to hear about is Earthrise. We're really looking forward to hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with, and that Apollo 8 brought us such amazing images from. But then we start to get into describing the Terminator, as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment. Then the vehicle's going to orient away from the moon for an hour and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations that we're really looking forward to.
It's kind of nice that the crew will get a little break in there, because they have been hitting it hard today with photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
Oh my goodness, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, we've already gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we've really gotten some great descriptions. So absolutely, I'm looking to the human moment of Earthrise. Lofted dust is an exciting one, and lofted dust will be a target for them in the right around the time of Earthrise, but again in the eclipse period. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far how the moon has changed, and this is going to be even more dramatic change to go from their end of this kind of lunar illuminated piece of the flyby into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time, and I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating, and what an privilege that we get to do that on this mission, because that's not always the case. If we had launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd, we wouldn't have gotten to see that eclipse. Is that right?
That's correct. April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot in the weeks leading up to the launch, well, what's your favorite day? And my answer truly was, there is no bad day to launch to the moon. We were going to get great science out of it no matter what, but it's a really neat opportunity to, bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture while still literally keeping the moon in center stage.
Fascinating. So what differences are we looking for at each site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare. What are the differences that you're hoping to see?
We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing. And we have even different prompts for the person with the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the unaided eye. And you've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, I can really detect different nuances. And that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, see it for real
Daniel.
has been really gratifying.
But
we're looking for different things.
I put the title up there. When people ask, like, what am I seeing? It's a good clue that I should put a title up.
What texture and morphologies pop out to you, and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. You've heard, Victor especially make some comments about future impacts for exploration. So already I think that their descriptions in this first part of the flyby have told us something scientifically, but also about future surface missions.
Well, it was so interesting to hear Victor talking about he was imagining in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around. That was very cool to hear. And when we're thinking about targets, I know some of them are determined based on the launch day, because that determines the lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today, how and why were these selected?
Such a wonderful question. This really gets at at the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. Illumination conditions is a big one, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested on the lunar feature to be illuminated by the sun in order to view them, but the timing in which they see them during the flyby enables us to ask different questions. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about, well, the same pair, Reed and Jeremy, will get to actually look at Glushko crater twice, and that looking at it from different illumination angles allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Then you have other craters where you want to look at it with the sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
We've talked a little bit with the viewers today about what the crew is.
All right, I'm just going to turn them down just a little bit and chat with you guys.
In different lighting conditions could take years for.
How you guys doing? Artemis is behind the moon.
Where the sun is at. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having both the robotic operation and having the crew?
Where's everybody tuning in from?
We definitely don't want to minimize the impact of
we have 28
lunar reconnaissance orbiters.
minutes.
Data from LRO and its payloads have really been instrumental in getting us, frankly, to this point for Artemis 2 and future missions. But the human experience, the crew observations that we've already been hearing about, it is such a perfect complement to the orbiting spacecraft data because they are able to have this unique perspective. They are far enough away where they can make these contextual observations. You've already heard it. How many times have we heard the crew
Canada, hello.
Say, if I track this
it is possible to get it with a telescope, but I've been clouded out.
Down to the southern hemisphere, here are comparisons I can make. That right there is not something we had the ability to do with the Apollo missions, and it allows just literally in the blink of an eye to synthesize observations that it would take, a really significant effort to coordinate with different orbiting platforms, and they're making it like that.
Wow. It has been very, very exciting to hear all of their
Daytona,
so
Texas.
Far. And so I've heard
Netherlands.
they're able to capture every single target so far too. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. And I think it's important also to remember that, and I know the science team is anxiously awaiting this.
Awesome.
We've been hearing
Glad
from
you guys
the
are
crew
here.
members
Thanks
who
for
are
sharing
not
this
at the
with me.
forward windows, right? Those crew who are, really in the thick of the observations, they are recording minutes-long observations per target on their crew tablets. We will be getting those down starting here in a couple hours, and that's going to contain really meaty science information that we haven't heard live yet, and that's going to form the basis of my conversation with them tomorrow morning, where we're going to have a really deep dive into the science and absolutely nerd out about what they were able to do today. One of the most gratifying things for me today is hearing multiple crew members say, thank you for putting the discussion times in the targeting plan, because when we have had the ability to put multiple brains on a problem, we have elevated each other, and I'm looking forward to them, sleeping on it overnight, and then us actually being able to really truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow.
Well, we're looking forward to it too, and I cannot wait to hear everything that you guys get to learn overnight from some of those audio recordings and just everything that they'll be able to share tomorrow. So, Kelsey, I know you are very busy. You've done a great job today, and thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Thanks for having me. It's such an exciting day.
Yay!
We are now expecting acquisition of signal in about 24 minutes. As a reminder, the Orion spacecraft has flown around the other side of the moon, where they are out of contact with our deep space network.
Oh, I should talk now that they're quiet. Hello. Deep Space Network. That's what we need. We need we need a solid network through the solar system. That would help our spacecraft navigate it really well, and it would help with planetary defense with asteroids and stuff as well too. The Expanse. Anybody watch that TV show, The Expanse? It's one of my favorite sci-fi shows. I love that show. So good. Did you hear they're rebooting that other one, Firefly? They're rebooting Firefly, but I think it's going to be animated. What's your guys' favorite sci-fi stuff? What's your favorite sci-fi movies? Or tell me where you're from and your favorite sports team. Or tell me what you love most about space. Let me learn a little bit about you guys. Sci-fi indeed. Dune. Oh, that is so good. Dune is really good. I like this. So put the chat up here. Do you guys like that better? Then I don't have to keep playing whack-a-mole, moving myself around the screen. And then I can put a title up top there. You see the chat. There's movement. It's cool. New York Knicks, we're taking it home, baby. Nice.
And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, and we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon.
That's incredible. Wow. Gainesville. The Matrix. Oh yeah, Georgia, happy to be here. Experienced the first glimpse of the other side of the moon. Everybody, hey, I can't wait till we get the pictures. They're gonna have to send them back once they get signal.
We're continuing to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the
Starseed.
of the moon. The Earth now out of sight. What they're in right now is a crew choice event.
Anyone biting their fingernails? Becca!
Them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment.
Are they expecting a bombardment?
After their impact flash targeting, the team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise.
I'll look it up.
Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity in the astronauts for Artemis 2.
A unit of length equal to 5,280 feet. Or exactly 1,609.344 meters. It is the standard mile used for land measurements in the United States and the UK. So yeah, it's just a mile. It's just like the precise measurement of a mile down to the foot. Oh, I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Crazy Cemetery Lady, Star Trek Next Gen. Watch that all the time with your dad. Next Gen is really good. I like the new Starfleet Academy. This is amazing. Glad you're here, Andrea.
We're live in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but there's a team over 750 miles away also monitoring today's operations. And of course, just like us, they are in LOS, or loss of signal, with the spacecraft. This is LUCA, the Lunar Utilization Control Area, and it's joined by LISA, the Lander Engineering Support Area, which are twin control rooms that will support missions and operations in lunar orbit or on the moon's surface in real time at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. The Luca and Lisa are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the SLS Engineering Support Center.
It doesn't give me any options to move their captions to a spot.
And the POIC, where science on the International Space Station is monitored. Luca primarily supports Artemis science operations, while Lisa will provide engineering support for landing astronauts on the moon. During this mission, Artemis 2, teams in the Luca will use the facility to support first-of-its-kind science operations to better understand the deep space effects of microgravity and radiation on the crew's physiology, immune systems, and ability to complete various tasks. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon. For future crewed missions to the moon, members of the NASA Human Landing System Mission Insights Support Team, a group of engineers, safety leads, flight operations experts, and technical authorities will work in the LISA. There, they will monitor lander systems in real time and be involved in key decision-making processes throughout the mission. Teams are using the LISA during Artemis 2 to observe mission operations and using the opportunity to inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon's surface.
Back to the Future is awesome. Remembering to breathe. I don't literally do that, but still. Okay, Becca. Hoping all goes as planned. Thanks for sharing this, Nate. Happy to watch with you. I'm glad you're here, Kelly. They're just looking for impacts. Yeah. I think it's all so strange this is happening now, you know, with disclosure and all. There's no such thing as disclosure. We've been trying to get things disclosed. They just pretend they know, they're an all-seeing eye, but I think the wizard behind the curtain is just knowing that they don't have a bunch of answers. And they don't want you to know that they don't know. One day America will use KM, I hope. Yeah, me too. I think universal measurement would be better. In meters and kilometers, the metric system makes way more sense to me. And for engineering. Project Hail Mary, yes.
To regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion in about 17 minutes.
But no
in the meantime, a little
spoilers.
Overview of how our crew members flying by the lunar far side at an altitude of between 4,000 and 9,000 miles are testing the capabilities of the Orion capsule. Artemis 2 visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the flyby using detailed topographic maps of the lunar terrain and photorealistic lighting scenarios. The Artemis 2 crew members have been using these visualizations to prepare for this historic mission, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface and beyond.
Phillips Nobelco,
so the most
Project Hail Mary.
Artemis 2 is just the return of the moon. We haven't been there in 50 years. Human eyes are going to see parts of the moon that haven't been seen by anyone before. It also recommits us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time.
Keeping an eye on this music.
It provides an opportunity for younger generations to
I'm going to dip it down. I don't know how
kind of exploration.
Copyrights, how NASA's handling copyrights right now.
Artemis is our
There's music,
return
so
to the moon after 50 years.
I'd imagine it's public,
but, is going to be, first
or
of all,
commercial,
science,
but I don't know.
But second of all, learning to sustain a presence on another world. First on the moon, but we're hoping that that's a stepping stone.
Oh, Disclosure is a movie?
Oh. Other destinations in the solar system eventually.
I don't know if I've seen that then.
It's a flyby mission. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized, and we need to make sure that all of those work. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before. They will be flying
District 9 and Event Horizon.
It's much higher than Apollo's orbits, and so they will see the entire.
Is Project Hail Mary like Interstellar?
Areas that are closer to both
no,
the North and South
it's
Pole that astronauts from Apollo
maybe
never saw.
Maybe.
All that depends on the lighting, which we really won't
It's its
know
own
until
movie.
launch day.
It's its
But
own
we can
movie. It's its own
practice with
story.
Different lighting scenarios. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. If you can make a visualization of it,
so
in
like
a movie, that
the way I see
everybody
Project
choose
Hail
the
Mary
targets
is it's
and also
very much its
practice
own
aiming
story
those
that
targets.
when you
The
watch it,
astronauts
it
have
doesn't
actually been
feel
looking
too
at
much
these
like, oh, you're pulling
visualizations
off
through
of
the lenses
these
of
style
cameras
movies at
and
all. It's very much
practicing
its own
aiming
thing.
at the various
It's pretty
targets.
cool.
This is a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows what the Apollo astronauts could see in sunlight while they were in orbit. The brighter parts are the parts that they could see. The darker parts, like this entire area here, and places that are farther north and south, are places that they couldn't see in sunlight, either because it was nighttime there or because it was beyond the horizon of the astronauts. All of the Apollo flights orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Because the astronauts were flying at such a low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close, and they couldn't see the North and South poles. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And it includes this amazing impact feature here called Oriental. Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers wide. It's got multiple rings. These are rings that form like ripples in a pond from the impact, but of course it's on a huge scale. The middle of Oriental has that
Terminator
sort of dark
line.
basalt lava covering it, like the dark spots that we see on the near side. It's one of the biggest ones that's more on the far side than near. So seeing it with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras is an important goal for the mission.
All right, we didn't get yelled at. I think they're using good music. So yeah, your chat is actually going to be burned into the video, guys. So say hello to YouTube. I'll leave you on here for the video
just down the
first.
hall from where we're at in the Artemis mission control room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby.
When will we have spaceships you walk around like
observations of the moon, even though they are out of touch
like
with
in
Earth.
Star
We
Trek?
expect to hear from them in 12 minutes.
I don't know if we ever will.
Seconds.
Maybe we will.
Again, this is approximately
be a long ways away.
Loss of signal. While
Hi, YouTube. See, there we go.
The deep space network. Right now,
do you like Marvel? I do.
Imaging or attempting to
I like the comics.
Lunar
the movies, when they started coming out, were pretty awesome. But I think
about the science and engineering behind
there's somebody who is. I gotta take them off because I still hear them and it messes with my
and how
nose.
they see its place in human history.
The Marvel movies seem to get repetitive. Like they use the same hooks, the same style, story, everything. Like after the first few, and like now it's like you're watching a Marvel movie. It's like the same story with different characters now. I'd like to see them really like get creative with it more outside the box. But it seems like they put themselves in a box in Marvel with the movies right now.
I would look out at the moon, and I'd be halfway around the planet. I would
have more story.
Can see that moon.
The plots are
pretty
thin.
The planet from where I am, and it's a
That's just my opinion.
Of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
It represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. There's no processes of wind or change in the Earth, geologic processes like we have here that change it. And something that's been telling and can read out the story of its own evolution, there's something beautiful about that.
I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community. The grandmothers, sort of protect the water source, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
We all have seen the same side of the moon in different lighting conditions our whole lives. And so it seems very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. When we get up close, some of the imagery that we'll get to describe and to share with people will be very unique. And that nature, both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know, just is really special.
It's just the epitome of a symbol of both something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
Hey. This is ground control.
Artemis mission control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are currently out of contact with the Artemis 2 crew. This was a planned, or not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs when the crew flies behind the moon. We use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew, and when they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. And when you consider our nonstop communications during the time in which we live, this is even more striking. For the Artemis 2 crew, they're only currently communicating with each other. Now, we expect to regain those communications in under 9 minutes from now, and we also are hopeful for a view of Earthrise. Despite being out of communication, the crew is continuously capturing imagery of their predetermined lunar targets. Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate regaining communications with the Artemis 2 crew aboard Orion. In the meantime, Artemis 2 Lunar Science Deputy Lead Marie Henderson is trained these astronauts to capture and document their views of the lunar surface for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
I cannot wait to hear their voices when they get to the far side of the moon and I can hear them talk about seeing the moon out their window. I try to imagine it now and I tear up thinking about it. Ooh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains our astronaut friends have. They are going to be able to observe the moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, they'll look through their camera and snap pictures, and just looking out the window getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts were so much closer to the lunar surface. Our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude, so they're going to be able to see the whole moon as a lunar disk on the lunar far side. That's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. We are doing a lot of lunar geography training with them. They have study sessions and quizzes they can do that are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, we have to think through the hardware that they have, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400 millimeter lens. So something that allows them to zoom in really far and actually take more detailed observations of the surface. It's almost like looking through a pair of binoculars as well. It's just like being a geologist out in the field. They're telling us what they're seeing, looking for colors, textures, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. We have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were only on the moon for 300 hours total, and they only went to the equator. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites, and they only saw so little, 300 hours total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn, and we are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
All right. Artemis. So we have
we are now
4 or 5 minutes
seconds until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts flying aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. They are now flying behind the moon.
Telescopes are awesome. Who here has a telescope?
While behind the moon at an MET, or mission elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, we expect this was the point in which they made their closest approach, 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
Not yet. Doing some research on your Dwarf 3. Apparently you can track 3i Atlas and Artemis. Here, I'll show you the chart. Where'd I put that one? This one? Yeah. There we go. Okay. What does it look like? Oh, that's weird.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's in the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis 2 crew in real time. including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization.
Bring another one up.
You can see the SIR here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis.
All right, here is...
We also have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring science priorities are represented during mission execution.
Just cover me in chat. All right, so there's your smart telescope, and it says the whole time C-Star S50 can capture it, but the dwarfs... I think that's a Dwarf 3. April, what is that, 10th?
Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
Borderline on the 10th for the Dwarf 3. And the near-Earth return, yes, it says.
Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks. As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the 4th of 5 blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At this time, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3. One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit-reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit-reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions.
We may be all tech savvy here today.
Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
I'm old, but not that old. So, I can still figure out these things. Oh, they're clapping. Where'd the clapping go? They got signal. We got signal. We got signal. There. Artemis just went behind Moon. I love it. I'll raise that up a little.
We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
That's a cool statement. Without any contact with anyone on Earth. Hey, I'm glad you guys like the videos. So this is the Earthrise. I'm not seeing the moon. Are we just aimed at Earth now? Okay, so we're starting to get a little more better signal. So I'm going to try to zoom into that. See what we're seeing here.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away. With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home.
I don't think the camera's aimed at the moon. They're aimed right back. Maybe they have another camera that can shoot back at the moon. This wasn't exactly an Earthrise, though.
Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly.
It is Earthrise.
But we do have good signal coming from Orion. This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise.
I might have to make a phone call here.
After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. Tell me.
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
I'm going to put a link in chat, guys, if I can find it.
We are happy to say we copy.
Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, for the people asking about where you can find the photos as they drop them, here's the link in chat. Right there, guys. It's Journey to the Moon in the gallery, in the NASA gallery. It's called Journey to the Moon.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn. That with this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, but what also committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. At this time, welcome. The crew is entering an observation
Big
break.
Bird nerd, you're welcome.
We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings, and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon.
Just amazing.
This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame. Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame.
Trying to find the right.
This view on your screen is a visualization.
For this.
The spacecraft now 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow. While the number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
Yay! New subscriber, all right! Thank you for subscribing, guys. If you haven't already, hit the thumbs up. It helps me out. Try to improve the widescreen YouTube live audience. We get a big following on vertical lives, but I want the widescreen stuff, and I want to be doing documentaries, so I appreciate those of you that are joining me here and helping support the YouTube adventure on this platform, because it's a totally different animal than shorts content. Totally different animal. But we all got to share this today together, which is pretty darn cool if you ask me. That's the visualization, though. Awesomest community on YouTube, you're darn right. You're welcome, Stellar. I see the pictures of the dark side of the moon so badly. Me too.
Again, we are.
Let's go refresh. I'm going to refresh that page. Where is it?
5 days and 58 minutes since
the Journey to the Moon gallery. Spam chat if you guys are looking at the gallery and notice they drop a new image or anything.
The Orion spacecraft now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility.
I don't see a new
out
image.
Of their visibility.
I still just see a moon.
The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
Sherba. Hey, Luna. Hey, Luna. This visualizer is showing they're like aimed at the sun, but like it shows the moon. I'm confused. Their stream. This is their stream. I mean, I can look to see if they have another stream up anywhere. Let me see.
Integrity, Houston. In mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
No, they're all the same. All the feeds are the same as this one.
See the light of day as we
from what I can tell. Yeah. I think they got a lot of pictures I'm going to use as my backgrounds too. Stream is healthy. Last error we had was at 5:15. It's now 7:36. So I think whatever was going on with the stream just kind of fixed itself out. What's that? Why do I have ads over my head? What is going on? Oh, that's that. Never mind. I know what that is. That's the chat window I had Artemis sitting over. Playing ground control to Major Tom on Walmart radio. That's great. I'd be asking Mission Control for at least 5 more minutes. Mom! What am I drinking there, Nate? Bubbly. This one is orange cream. Bubbly. Sparkling water. Bubbly.
A very special moment just now in Mission Control. Ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the Mission Control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew, and the Capcom Jenny Gibbons did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim, and we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
They're back from behind the moon. It says Artemis just went behind moon. Oh, I guess that... Oh, yeah. That's not a good way to say it, huh? I need to learn how to speak English here. Okay, Artemis... Maybe back from behind moon? Oh. Does that make sense? Oh, the short spot. I'm glad you like the videos. Pushes glasses up on nose. Nice. There we go. That's the good stuff. Now Nate's speaking our language. Words are hard. If you followed me like back in the day, like 5 years ago, I barely said any words at all. You guys were terrifying.
Joining me here in
I was
the room,
terrified of all
Artemis
of you.
Mission Control, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis 2 Science Officer. Thanks for being here, Angela.
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing. I can't contain myself. So it's been a really awesome day.
So you're sitting on console at the science console now. Have you been in the SIR earlier today?
There's a lot going on. So I went here first, then I'm going to go there after.
It's a good question, Jess RL. I don't know if we're going to see anything like that, or maybe we will. I see it on their screen right there.
Integrity, we hear
Can
you.
you see that?
A little clip,
right here.
But I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array.
I want that. I want that for you.
And we are in bias tail to sun.
Okay, Houston, you're coming in loud and clear.
I see you.
And copy, we're in bias tail to sun now.
Do you see me? I see you there. Do I see you on Earth?
Affirm and Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Glad we're back.
Thank you, Purpley One.
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that you, the MER, and Mission Control have flipped your patches around, and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Costa Rica, very cool. All right, so they're back from behind moon. We're looking for some images now.
Can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting
Artemis
2 and the science preparation for the mission?
Yes, so I'm one of the 3 science officers. So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over kind of closer to the end of the day. And then Trevor Graff is on the planning shift. And so it's the 3 of us in this 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. And so the science officer console is a brand new console to Mission Control. And it's not every day that you get a new discipline incorporated into Mission Control, so it's been such a significant milestone for us, and it's just a testament to like the commitment that the Flight Operations Directorate and NASA have, that they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science throughout Artemis. So it's really exciting. And then the science preparation. So I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout-outs that you've gotten today, it warms my heart. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation room. I promise you that. But so all the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations, right, we were part of all of it, and that is what we did to get the crew to be. They are a part of the science team, and they are the forefront, that nice edge, and they're just been doing such a great job today.
I know. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. So I would like to know a little bit about how you have developed procedures for this crew. What kind of science activities are they carrying out inside the spacecraft?
Yeah, so the procedure development has been a unique challenge. I would say the exploration science that we're doing is inherently pretty flexible, and operations is, I'd say, inherently has more structure and rigidity, and so to marry the two and to operationalize the science that we want to get done has been a challenge. But I think we've been able to go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. And yeah, it's been really great. What was the second part of your question?
Just what kind of these science activities that they're performing, which of those have you really had a hand in?
Yeah, so a lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. And I know we've talked a lot about what they've been doing, and they've been doing a lot, and it's been a little dark, so I can re-explain what some of those things that they're doing. So the observation blocks are about an hour long, and the crew is organized, the 4 crew members are organized into 2 pairs of 2, the window team and the cabin team. And the lunar targeting package that you've been showing up and that the crew have on their handheld tablets is really the instructions for the window team. So the window team, the 2 crew members are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens, one has, they're just looking out the window with their unaided eye, and they're taking these detailed observations. And then halfway in that observation block, they do the window team position swap. So that's what Capcom's been calling out, and they'll switch positions, so each crew member has a chance to have that long lens. And then that's just what the window team is doing. There's also the cabin team, where they also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time. And then the cabin team, they have the interior camera, and they're taking images inside the cabin. They're also supporting the window team where, you've heard some call outs where looking out at the bright moon and then looking inside the dark cabin and looking at their LED screen is a lot. So the cabin team is also helping support, target, and guide the window team into specific targets on their plan. They're also helping call out these science situational reps. So they're looking out a different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping. They're doing a lot, and so making sure we have a plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes was really important.
So tell me a little bit
Welcome
more.
in, everybody. We are watching Artemis, who just came out from behind the moon. Waiting for some video contact and stuff, and see what views we're going to have here. As far as the images and videos they've taken, they're talking about how they got to downlink those overnight. And then it takes a while for the actual stuff they're recording to get to us, but there is live footage on the spacecraft that we've been getting here and there, but we're waiting on that.
Different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. So we would start.
Oh, be sure to subscribe.
So we would get, we would just get into a classroom. We would put all the hardware on the table, and then we'd almost role play of like, you be Victor, you be Reed, you be Jeremy, and I'll be Christina, and like, let's just do the plan how we think we should do it. Write that down, and then just
made you get a telescope.
And then
that's awesome. That's the goal.
Tag up pre-forward link LOS in place of the flight director conference.
You can see them there with the cameras.
All right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first two are for timeline. First of all,
oh, look at the photos on their tablet.
It is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone changeout. That portion of the procedure is canceled.
Let me see if I can see. Oh, give me that screen again.
You have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby,
I can see that tablet.
The eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally,
they were leaned back and we saw it a little bit.
With the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine,
we need those photos now.
You'll likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have.
They're all looking through photos.
Let me know if you have anything for us.
I would just hold the tablet up and show us. Oh, I see the Earthrise right there. Do you see it, guys? It's right here.
Just a quick
it's right here.
To the crew ahead of a forward
you see the moon with Earth by it, right there.
Communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data during that time.
I see it.
So, Angela, we were talking about
just want a photo.
Classroom and getting in there and pretending who's Victor, who's Reed. Tell me more about this.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
It works pretty well. So you're gonna do the plan how you expect it to be, and then once we finalize that plan, we'll give it to a completely new group of people and have them practice it.
We make them smaller like, again. I was super zoomed in.
Reiterate on it over and over. And then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment like the Orion
Right, if we see that again, we're going back in.
Because that volume is smaller, the window placement, their seating, what
Thank you. Now I'm zoomed in excellent.
Of this environment. And then once we reiterate on that,
that is going to be my screensaver too. You guys saw it though, right?
During mission simulations, that's the highest fidelity that we can do.
You guys saw that, right?
We sent it to space. So this is the first time we've had to do
They got the image, and we saw it right there on the tablet.
It just sparks so many neurons of like, how are we going to do this for surface missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to have kicked off this process, but there's so much more to come.
fascinating.
My
and
enthusiasm.
Really well
I love
space.
It's so great.
Each crew member
There's a bunch of us here. All of our enthusiasm.
Do each task, and so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member. Maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. So we also know that Artemis 2 has traveled. They're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from
Go
the
back to
moon
the album.
than
Go back to the
Apollo
photo album.
did. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting?
Yeah, observations are so fundamental in the scientific toolkit, particularly observations from different perspectives, different scales, and with different techniques. And so for this, so we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. There's pros and cons for all those things for this mission. So we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of scale, this zoomed out scale, you can learn different things.
I think that's it again.
Zoomed or this different perspectives. So their perspective, as Kelsey talked about, photometry around when they orbit the moon. And then
you're just refreshing.
They're different.
I refreshed
they're able to observe.
my YouTube side,
so yeah,
and
let me talk
got
a little
quicker,
bit about scale.
Less of a delay. It was like a 2-minute delay for me.
You can
it's
gain
closer.
a lot of different information. So, like for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about
the other tablets
from
washed
micro
out
to macro, or from outcrop to orbit.
Which is right
so
here.
Looking at
that's too washed out to
scale,
see anything.
You can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals. And you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around. It gives me context to this sample. And then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from rolled from this mountain ridge, or this this high.
Are they hiding it on purpose?
Feature.
Come on now.
And then because I can see the trail that it came from, okay, now let me describe this ridge and different parts in it and maybe other boulders that I'm seeing. And then you zoom out further of the orbit scale and you're like, this ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information. And so that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives are so important. So this zoomed out kind of far view is this full lunar disk view. It's the full lunar on Earth we see the full lunar disk as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side, and we're able to see it, all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare very quickly to different parts of the surface. And the color particularly is very compelling because you can just be able to very quickly compare from 3 different regions. Is it the
I want those images.
Is this actually a little bit different? Compare that to what they see in their orbital data that they have access to on their portable computers, and really just be able to
looks like
tease out that
there.
nuance and information.
Yeah, we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked with Kelsey about this a little bit, just how exciting.
It's hard to tell what it is.
The browns and greens and things like that.
But the Earthrise one was obvious.
Pictures. So
the Earthrise one was super obvious when we saw them.
The last lunar flyby observation block, and this is when we are going into a solar eclipse. So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
Yeah.
1 second, guys.
The data set.
Let me zoom back out.
Yes, there's so many things.
There's a lot of zooming going on.
So I'd say the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is some of their annotations that they're taking. So in this opportunity, it's a very dynamic type of experience in that we don't normally see this activity, and so being able to have crew observe the solar corona and then also annotate it in their on their portable computing device is.
I'd rather be zoomed in like this just in case they flash to this.
Can give to missions.
Because that's a good
also,
angle.
Particularly being able to annotate.
Because the world has to wait a day for these.
While they're talking about it is also unique to. Being able to have astronauts in orbit as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface because the astronauts will be in suits. They're going to be collecting samples, they're going to be deploying instruments, and so personally, I'm really excited to see some of these annotations and to see how that.
Can any of you guys make these images out?
Because you've heard a lot of descriptions, and I think when people
it's
are
like
describing something that's unique and different. you can interpret it differently. But if you're drawing and you're marking, particularly just going back
they're
to
doing
the color
4K,
provinces,
they're doing
example,
crazy camera
and
stuff
those boundaries, you know exactly what they meant. And really, I'm just very excited about those annotations. There's been some famous annotations that the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures that have, and lofted dust that have given a lot of debate within the scientific community of they're observing this phenomenon, and now it's our job to hypothesize of like why are they observing this, like what is going on. So I think that's just a really cool part of exploration and science, and this beautiful thing that we're about to do.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and the audio, but now
don't sleep on the annotations. I am very excited to see
the images are space. I got this.
Able to draw out, and we have pictures that they can just draw right on. It's like this particular thing is different than what we've seen. So I'm excited about that.
I'm excited too. Angela Garcia, thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on Console.
Thank you, and you've been doing a great job, and it's so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, your tablet's over there. We got this tablet down here. That just looks like system control stuff. And they turned the tablet away from us. Man, don't turn it away. She's turned away. Okay. It's all right. We'll zoom back out. I have to drag this. There's probably a quick key to get it to go back to default size. But waiting is so hard. We're just gonna have to wait. Yeah. You took a screenshot? Waited this long, but geez, just show me. Well, that's what I'm wondering, if one of them wants to just like hold the tablet up to the camera would be cool, but they probably have to get approval for anything shown to the public. Oh, there's a good one. Whatever they're looking at there. Hey, what are you doing?
Integrity Houston, you have 3 minutes until we go into a forward link LOS. We'll be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
I feel like I'm off.
Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
That's private because I did move over.
Likewise.
Am I bright enough? Everybody's always complaining I don't have enough lights on me. I'm blasting myself with LEDs now. Maybe they were told no spoiler. Oh, it's floating! Look! I see it! Screenshot! In the next 60 or 100 years, be envious of the missions that exist. Won't be able to see. Imagine how wonderful. I think it'll be wonderful, yeah. I think we get recycled, though. The atoms that make us up have been around billions of years. I'm glowing? Heck yeah! Oh, I'm glowing from the, probably just from the LEDs. But this is also a really monumental day. I'm going to get rid of the text. It's useless now. Show us the pictures. Does anybody else have pictures? Yeah, he's standing. Yeah, he's just standing, like, looking. Man, I really zoom quite a bit when I'm doing that. It's a pain to get it back.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis 2 crew inside. That's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. We are still live for our lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a solar eclipse from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge. We will get back pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse. We are also in a forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications. The spacecraft is now 4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away. Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756 statute miles. Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon.
Oh, I'm covering cool number
things. The crew also set that new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth. This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night, by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. This shows you how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity, now traveling 930 miles per hour.
There's a lot of firsts, yeah. It's incredible for me.
During
really, I'm
this
watching this
break
event?
in their
Yes.
time today, the crew is working on a couple of other tasks. Some of those include their National Geographic timeline test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA to help tell the story of Artemis 2. So you've seen the crew with some GoPros inside the cabin, taking videos and pictures, and with other cameras as well. National Geographic plans to leverage its portfolio of media assets, including magazines, social and digital content, and television programming for engagement opportunities.
Always. I have to go back to.
Throughout the flight, the crew has been timelined a little bit each day to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, and that includes their morning routine,
I have my name on there,
exercising, and just their overall thoughts about the mission. And I cannot wait to see that footage.
Warp speed? Wouldn't that be like opening up a portal? Not sure. I'm gonna mute them for a second. Welcome in, everybody. If it's your first time here, my name's Nate. I go by Sunshine Nate. I do space and astronomy content. Thank you for being here, hanging out. We're watching like a watch party with the NASA Artemis 2 mission. They just went around the moon. Right now they're waiting to watch a solar eclipse with the moon, which is a very unique thing. Hopefully we get some cool live views here soon. Right now below me here, you can see them in the capsule. We did see them holding up a tablet with some of the images they took, and we were trying to get to see it. And at one point we did see the Earthrise shot. They got it, but we'll probably not see that till late tonight or tomorrow. And but yeah, if you're here, welcome. Glad you're here. Thanks for subscribing. If you subscribe and like space and astronomy, usually I show live views through my telescope and stuff like that, or celestial events, meteor showers, auroras. I keep up with the space weather with the sun, and lots of planetary live visual astronomy. So if you like space, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to help me out, just hit the thumbs up on the video. That's all I ask. Thanks for being here, and let's get back to it. I think that's a pretty good thing. And also, I don't I do have scammers out there right now trying to be me. I never come to my followers for money in any shape or form. Not for memberships or anything. I appreciate you guys if you do that and support me, but all my content goes to everybody for free, always. And how I make money is through creator rewards and brand deals. So if you see me doing a brand deal, give those videos a thumbs up because that helps me support all the outreach in astronomy I'm doing for all of you. Tomorrow, headed to Hawaii for a little while. We're going to be doing a ton of astronomy outreach there. So if you see me do an ad, give it a thumbs up. But for my viewers, everything's always free for you guys.
A little break during our flyby coverage for today. They will resume their flyby momentarily in about 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that solar eclipse. Now, the moon is our nearest celestial neighbor, orbiting Earth at less than 250,000 miles on average. When our astronauts venture there for future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites near the lunar South Pole. There, ancient rocks, minerals, and trapped water ice will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Let's learn more about the lunar South Pole with this video featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead.
We learned a lot from the Apollo samples, but we still have a lot left to learn about the moon. The Apollo missions visited only a pretty narrow swath of the moon. All the missions were concentrated near the near-side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights were unlocked with the Apollo samples, but we have so many questions still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
NASA's Artemis missions are NASA's plan to send people to the surface of the moon. We'll be sending people and roving assets and scientific equipment to, among other things, answer a lot of really compelling science questions. Scientists have a lot to learn about the moon. It's our nearest celestial neighbor here to Earth, so what the moon has experienced, we've experienced. Except here on Earth, we have things like plate tectonics, oceans, forests, people that erase the rock record. Whereas on the moon, that whole record of our planet's history, of the moon's history, is just kind of waiting there at the surface for us to explore. The South Pole, which is where Artemis missions are going to target, is specifically interesting for a couple key reasons. We think there are volatiles at the South Pole of the moon that are not present near the equator. Things like water and water ice that are trapped in the lunar regolith, which basically just means lunar soil, that can easily become untrapped from that lunar regolith, and scientists can scoop up and study for return to Earth. The lunar South Pole is a really exciting scientific target, and it also comes with some challenges for operating. For example, the lighting environment will change drastically within the course of one mission, and even over sometimes the course of one spacewalk. So preparing the crew members...
All right, I'm going to take this moment to share with you guys my website, okay? So here's my website, and I do ticketed events like their Mount Wilson, the 60-inch telescope, about 20 people. That was a ticketed event, and it's called the Sunshine 8 Stargazing Experience, and we go to big observatories and stuff, and you get unprecedented access for a night of stargazing with the large observatory telescope, with myself, usually an astrophysicist, and a professional telescope operator with the facility, so you just get world-class tours. But I do have this astronomy or telescope buying guide, and it's interactive and it's on my website, so a lot of people want to know what kind of telescope. So here's all the information for you, but if you come right on this top thing, the decision tree, you can click that now and be like, I want to look through an eyepiece, or I want to see images on my phone or tablet. So let's go, I want to look through an eyepiece. It's going to point you to these. What do you want to see? Oh, a mix of everything? Okay. Step 3, I want to see, and then it tells you 6 to 8-inch Dobsonian or a mid-size cast grain on alt as mount. So it directs you right into it, and then even has more considerations for your budget. So it's a fully interactive telescope guide for anybody wanting to get into astronomy, right there, free and easy. And it's also in my link tree, but sunshine8.com has all of this. We also have an astronomy club on Facebook with 4,100 people. We have almost 1,000 on our Discord, and you guys here on our YouTube, thank you for being here. I am on all socials, And here's our community photo gallery where everybody contributes photos daily that they take or cool ones. So think about joining the community, and we'll get back to the broadcast. Did I plug that good? Okay, I think I did a good plug. Let me know. Rate me 1 to 5 on how well I plugged myself. You know? Was it like a 2? 1? What do I need to do? How do I improve? Welcome to the Sunshine Nate broadcasting of rebroadcasting of NASA's broadcast. You 5 plugged myself. 12 out of 10 and a 5. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. But that, and you guys can take the link to my telescope guide and put it in your link trees and in your bios. If you do astronomy and a lot of people ask you that, just put it, you have my permission. You can put that link in your profile and say, here is a telescope guide, because it's not me that made it. It's me and the community all put input in, specifically David and myself, but years and years and years of astronomy with a lot of people and experience on a lot of equipment, collectively put that together for everyone, and it's amazing. So it's by the community, for the community, and it's not sponsored by any company, period. So there you go. It's in Becca Wow's link tree. Where's that tab? I don't see the tablet. But yeah. Got a lot of cool things there. And let me see if I hit home. Yeah, there's a nice picture of the Mount Wilson event. I do have merch. I'm always looking for ideas for new merch, so drop me comments and stuff on the videos of merch you would like. Because I am doing like mission patches for the stargazing events, because that's the one thing it's like ticketed that people do pay, but it's like an 8-hour stargazing experience with a large observatory. But for those, like, I'm starting to make like mission patches for each one to give to everybody, and also sell for each event we do. Make a mission patch. Like we had Aloha Mahina, the eclipse, make some patches, you know, and people can collect the patches, or if you go to the event you get one. It's kind of what I'm thinking about, making mission patches. It is a great community here. You guys are cool. But I'm going to Hawaii tomorrow. What should we do in Hawaii this week? I'll be there probably for a while. So it's going to be rainy, floody, stuff like that. I'll be helping the community, reaching out, doing science outreach, stuff like that, as well as astronomy outreach. Kind of launching a relatively large campaign helping the recovery efforts there from a science point of view, and also elevating and lifting up the voices there of the people left behind long after the cameras leave disasters, you know. Ooh, I see it. Hold on. There we go. What we got? Show us the good stuff. Eat more salty food?
We are 5 days.
Look at all those pictures.
38 minutes mission elapsed time into Artemis 2. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so.
I saw that
NASA,
one.
And for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis.
This is kind of fun because it's an Easter egg right there. You know, we're all like trying to sneak a peek. You're outside with the dwarf. Good luck. To get 3i Atlas. When I got it, it was a little smudge. Maybe that other tablet is just their schedule.
Again, we are in a forward link LOS.
Yeah, I think this tablet is just like a schedule, what they're supposed to do.
We're not able to communicate or send any commands to them right now.
Oh, they moved the camera. Why are they moving us?
This is a tracked event that occurs at times, but they could still provide communications down here to us, and we are obviously still receiving their video and their
data. Did they just get told to cover us up? Did they see what we were all doing? I know every other live stream was doing it too. They're like, they're catching on, guys. Cover up the iPad. We have a world of iPad kids right now watching. That's pretty good. Can make me bigger on the visualization. Whoa. There's that tablet again. Man, I just got reset. I should do another screen grab that is zoomed in that I can switch to. Let me see if I can do that. So if I make this visible, oh, there we go. Hold on. Okay. Making it a different one just for this tablet. It's getting its own scene. So we can do that. But my face went away. Now I'm back. There's another tablet? Wait. Oh! Oh. It's like a video game. Trying to...
Houston integrity in the blind, high priority PAO activities on Reed's timeline are on PCD1 in a folder imagery for downlink, and then high priority standby imagery for downlink, and then Lunar Flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
I'm on it. I'm on it, guys. I know. What a cool day, right? It was Earthrise because you could see a little crescent right next to the big moon because the moon's the big thing in them. Blue screen. Ta-da. We got a nice sneak peek of one of them a second ago with what looked like Earthrise, but I mean a custom, yeah. Boo. That's right. That's right. We know the meta now. Zoom into the iPad. Okay, so the sun is getting closer to the moon. See that? So the sun will get eclipsed by the moon here soon.
Commander of the Artemis 2 mission,
hopefully we see
Orion,
this.
Make a call in the blind. This means he knows we cannot call back and that he knows we may not receive his call. However, we have good communications with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now due to a forward link loss of signal. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that momentarily. But that call that came down from Wiseman mentioned some imagery, so we are
61
very much
Curious
looking
is
forward
what
to
channel?
getting pictures taken from the moon today. Again, to see those images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Welcome in, everybody. It's your first time here, say hi. Let me know where you're tuning in from. I'm in Pennsylvania. I travel around a lot. I love space stuff, and I do astronomy. What about you guys? What do you guys do? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer. What's your hobbies? Not your career, but your hobby. What's your passion? What gets you excited when you get to do it? Oh, my laundry machine made the same sound. Man, I must be really loud for you. We should found this earlier.
The view on your screen right now is an animation. This is called Arrow, or Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can visit this for yourself at nasa.gov/trackartemis.
I tried, and your website doesn't work.
As we continue to grow closer
it's
to
glitched
Earth
out,
and farther
for me,
away from the moon. It's all seemed to happen so fast.
First time
so
catching
far.
me live. Hello,
and we're coming up on splashdown now in 3
Intrigued.
days, 23 minutes.
Welcome, I'm glad you're here.
23 hours and 31 minutes.
What if I turn? I could turn off one of the lights. Let's see what this does. Oh, that looks weird now. Turn on a third one. That's real bright. That actually levels it out, though, I think. The third one. 3 LEDs blast in my face. That sun's getting real close to the moon. Gonna have an eclipse soon. Garden. Crazy Cemetery Lady. You do amazing things. Crazy Cemetery Lady tells the stories while cleaning gravestones. Her videos are incredible. You should look her up and give her a follow. Exploring nature and watching space. Nice. Becca Wow has amazing astronomy videos looking at the moon. She's been posting videos with Artemis, like watching the moon through a telescope live while listening to the Artemis mission. Really cool vibes with Becca Wow there. Art rocks. Explore nature and watching space. Hey Nate, I think I got it. I think I got 3i. There's like 3 lights next to each other. Shouldn't be. That could be 3 stars. I don't know. I'd have to see what you got. You can send it to sunshinenatestudios@gmail.com and I can bring it up on stream. You can email it to me. I'll type the Gmail address here. And that's a spam email, so that's not a good way to get a hold of me for anybody else wondering. It's just one I can bring up. Yeah, it won't have light. It won't have lights like that. It would just be one dot or a blurry smudge. Art is your bliss. Paper painting, wire bending, mixed media, and watching Sunshine Nate, of course. Aw, thank you. Wire bending sounds really fun. Walmart, nice. I used to do shelves. I I worked in like some grocery stores and department stores over the years. I worked at Lowe's doing stocking shelves overnight, third shift. That was pretty wild. Birds are singing in the yard. Nice. Night fishing off the Chesapeake Bay in Virginia Beach area. Night fishing. That sounds cool. Isn't there different laws at night for fishing, or is it that only just hunting? Because I thought night fishing had different rules too. Is it possible to see Artemis 2 at the moon through a strong telescope? Technically, yes, but it's not going to look like Artemis 2. You're going to just make out a little dot. But it has to be away from the moon. If it's in front of the moon or something, you probably won't see it. But if it's away from the moon, you did the right exposure, you might get the dot. Tiny, tiny little dot. If it's reflecting sunlight the right way. But if it's in the moon's shadow from the sun, no, you won't see it. It's all about positioning and your weather and your sky conditions and time of day for you and visible time frame. So like a lot of things have to go right to get a good shot of it. But is it possible? Yes. Is it difficult? Extremely difficult. It is an extremely difficult shot to get right now. In the coming days on their way back,
Artemis,
the shots will get
we
easier.
We are in a forward link LOS with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands or communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get spacecraft data. This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles.
Swimming in the Gulf of Mexico is your favorite activity to do. Awesome.
We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, I've been trying to capture Artemis, but I've been completely stormed and clouded out. Storms and
we
clouds.
Also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions.
This is a visualizer representing the sun. So right here,
our explorers.
You can see my mouse.
Over those 50 years since those storms,
the sun is going to go on the other side of the moon.
Enabling advancements
so from their perspective in the capsule, they're going to witness an eclipse of the sun by the moon.
Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon
in space, which is going to be really cool.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Every day, those networks are at the mercy of our temperamental sun.
Is this an ad?
And the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt, modeling their paths,
the SDO?
anticipating their impacts, and leading
Dr.
the
Ryan
research
French,
that the
where's he
world's
at?
industries rely on.
We bring him on the stream a lot.
NASA's space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society and enables critical decision-making that equips pilots to reroute around high radiation areas, farmers to adjust GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans, and power grid operators to
even the quality of this is kind of low coming through their site.
For those exploring other worlds, NASA provides 24/7 space weather monitoring for Artemis crews at the moon and future Mars astronauts who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. Whether you're a pilot or a passenger,
let me know if that's better.
A farmer or a consumer, a power grid operator or energy customer, a satellite controller or GPS user, space weather impacts us all.
So does that make sense, Gerardo?
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission.
So
it's now been 5 days, 1 hour,
that's a lot of dead space right there.
Since we launched.
Empty space. I don't know if we're looking at the moon or...
We are still in our
okay,
flyby
you can see
coverage,
shadows.
and the crew is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the
so
spacecraft
the sun, I
to
think,
help
is
charge the
right up
batteries aboard.
coming
We use
down
the
from
solar
this
arrays
direction.
to gather energy from the sun and store
like,
it in
see
the
this
batteries.
shadow
That
right
way,
here?
when we are
Is that a
not in the
shadow?
sunlight, we have those
From
batteries
this
to
little
continue
piece,
powering
casting
Orion.
a shadow down this
Now
way.
we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts
And
are
it
about
seems
to
like down
experience
here,
a
the
solar
way it
eclipse
curves
from their
into the dark
capsule.
lets us
And this
know
is a solar
the
eclipse
sun
that
is
no
up
one
this way
else on
somehow.
Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky.
Let's go!
We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse.
Okay, we got the sun, guys. Look at that.
There also may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars,
that is a wild view I'm seeing.
If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking
they
at,
must
this
be
can help train future
rotating
Artemis
a little
astronauts
bit.
on what part of the sky
There's
they're
the sun.
seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation.
Wow. I gotta just, like, hide me. I'm just gonna make me a mini-me right up here. Mini-Nate! So now we got the sun. Are we seeing the moon? This is an incredible shot, I think they're lining up right now. Is that the moon right there? I can't... Is that a moon set? Like, it's upside down.
Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it.
Do you guys want me to try to rotate their screen? I don't think it'll really work because they're wide. We'd have to go upside down, but I think...
The astronauts' break during this observation period
is
now
this
over,
right here that you're seeing,
their lunar
I'm wondering if that's just a glare or
the first of these is sunset.
The moon.
This is the solar corona.
Doesn't seem to be moving, so I don't think it's the moon.
I
think it's just a glare.
Of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can
What's
see
this little
polar
pixel
plumes.
freaking out
These are
right here?
thin streamers
see
that
that?
project from the sun's north and
Zoom
south
in right here.
poles.
Little
Additionally,
pixel
they're
freaking out
interested
right
in
there.
seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface.
That's probably
And
radiation or
else that we
something.
previously
That's some
mentioned
creepy
is
little
lunar
black
dust.
dots going
This is
on.
dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
You guys see that though? The pixels right here were going bonkers. Whee! Come on. I'm somewhere in space right now. Floating. I wonder if I could like remove my background so I literally look like I'm just floating in space. Can I do that on here? Go down here. Astrophage? That black dot? It was pretty wild, wasn't it? Millennium Tree? It was looking crazy. Oh, it was the moon! It was the moon! That glare is the moon! Oh, a GoPro's not going to pick up this. Come on. Well, it will if they can control the settings of the GoPro. The auto should even pick it up here in a second. As soon as that gets dark enough. That is the moon.
You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon.
This is crazy. What's it?
And this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses just like we do from Earth to safely view it. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby.
All right, I'm trying a little bit of brightness. All right, I'm going to try to brighten this up a little bit, guys. That's what I'm doing there. That is wild.
What you're seeing right now is
So
the
wild
solar
looking.
corona. That's the outer atmosphere.
I'm keeping an eye to
of the
make sure
sun.
I'm not covering
the science
anything.
team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping
There's
that they'll
nothing in
take
these two
pictures and
corners that
describe
we can see
visibility,
yet.
color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole, and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
I'm trying to brighten it a little bit for us. All right, back to just what they're feeding. The brightness doesn't look good on here.
This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon. You could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3, and it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earth shine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
You heard it from them. That's got to look so amazing right now. Oh, they're going to share. They got to share it all. That's our tax dollars, right? Get us those images. All right, I'll be back. Yeah, they said 1 hour totalities. Like this whole thing's gonna be 1 hour. Maybe they'll get. Maybe the GoPro will auto brighten, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what setting they have it in or how they're controlling it, or if there's. Usually NASA gets their own custom software for the GoPros, so who knows.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. Orion is now 252,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis mission control room in Houston, Texas, and what you had just before we lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion of the lunar flyby. We're now over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. And teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later that it is something else entirely. It has been an absolute honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby of Artemis 2, the first time humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to hand over the
team is shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earthshine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earthshine.
I'm back.
You know our rules that we don't talk when the crew is talking, so wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currently handing over with the Orbit 1 flight director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
All right, guys, what do you think? It doesn't. I'm looking around channels. Do you guys see any channels that have a different camera? I don't know why they're choosing this one. I mean, Spaceflight Now seems to be locked on their animation. News conference, control room, the individual astronauts. Let me look for photos. I think. Okay, so we got Venus. So Venus is, I wonder if I can put an effect on this that brightens it up. That dot in the distance is Venus, guys. All right. Let me see if I can, I doubt it's going to help, but we can try again. So, okay, that's that. Filters. Chroma key. I don't know what. That's kind of good. Okay, that's where it breaks.
Science integrity. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal.
There.
You can see
that's way brighter than what
the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Let's see what happens when they go back to the other camera and see how this filter's working. I'll set the filter off to the side here, so I have it. Yeah.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
2 meteor sites or 2 meteor incidents? 2 meteor sites? Did you guys hear that? Did they capture 2 meteors hit? That'd be great. 2 impacts.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes. And at that point, then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
Sounded like sites. So meteor sites, maybe they discovered 2 new meteor sites that have happened since they've mapped it. I have the gamma cranked. I just want to see, like, you can see it's kind of funky here on the antennas, because the actual one is like not bright at all. Where's my thing? Moving windows around. It's right there. Okay. Put the filter up over here. Yeah, when I take away that gamma, see how dim that gets? Seven? That might be too much. We'll see. The NASA logo looks trippy right now. Just kind of glitching out. They probably mean impacts. If they captured impacts, that's really cool. That would just mean they're so frequent that we should be able to capture a lot of them. Just got to be close to the moon in recording. They can send me up. I volunteer. You know, I'll go hang out at the moon and capture lunar impacts. Who's with me? You guys want to come in my spaceship with me? Just go hang out at the moon, doing science stuff. part of their plan, yeah. I was wondering if I go, you know, somebody's got to do it. I'll bring the spaceship. You guys can get on the spaceship. The ticket on though is you got to bring snacks for everybody. And you can come on the spaceship. We'll go to the moon. But you got to bring snacks. If not, we're turning you away at the door. Are you leaving, Becca? Where are you going? You'll work ground control? Nice. I've been live for 4 hours and 51 minutes. We could go try back at TikTok if we want. There's a bigger crowd there, but I was getting issues before. But I didn't seem to get issues when I used NASA's feed here. So we could try NASA's feed again. I don't know how to do a vertical live on the computer on YouTube, but the vertical lives on here get a lot of people. But I'm going to take this moment, since there's still a little bit left, to switch platforms. So I'm thinking going back to TikTok. Or we could do Facebook. We're watching a movie? Oh. We could try Facebook. I've never done Facebook on computer. I think TikTok would be the better one. So let's go to TikTok, guys. Hopping over there. It's TikTok, Sunshine Nate.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct.
Yeah, they're about halfway
on the moon's horizon.
If you guys want to continue watching their stream, just go to NASA's YouTube. I'm going to bring this up on TikTok now.
We're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out.
All right, going to TikTok. See you guys there.
And the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.